We good? Well, good morning, everybody, to this Ordinary Council meeting of the 8th of May 2025. I'll open the meeting by asking Councillor O'Brien for a karakia.
Kia ora tata, kia nui tata, ka tohia te tohia anuku, ka tohia te tohia arangi, I tupu I hoko ngā pū, ngā weo, ngā more ngā pū ki ngā wāna ngā tauira. Tēnei te kimi no te rapu no I te takitaki I tāhauru no nā arangi tū. Whakaia kia rite, uhi, wero, tau mai te Māori, haumi e hui e. Kia ora tata.
Kia ora, Councillor. Meeting notices. Live streaming. Council and Standing Committee meetings are live streamed on Council's website and YouTube channel. Public gallery attendees' presence implies your consent to being broadcast. Further information about live streaming protocols can be found on Council's website. Health and safety notices. In case of an emergency, follow the building wardens to the nearest exit. The meeting point is across the road at Peace Park, just behind me. Bathroom facilities are located opposite the chamber foyer entrance. There are no apologies. We have Councillor Puller online. Morning. Does anybody have any acknowledgements / tributes? Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Your Worship. Previous Mayor Judy Turner yesterday morning suffered a mild heart attack and is currently in Whakatane Hospital undergoing tests. When I spoke with her last evening, she was of good spirits and really appreciative of the professional services that she'd been receiving. I'm sure that everyone would join with me in wishing her a speedy and full recovery. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you, Councillor Isles. That's sad news, but it's good to hear that she's recovering. Conflicts of interest. Do members have any conflicts of interest to declare that are related to any of the business we're going to conduct here today? No. Public participation, there is none. Confirmation of minutes, we're on page 12 of the agenda. Do I have a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the Whakatane District Council meeting held on the 20th of March 2025 be confirmed as a true and correct record? Move Councillor Isles, seconded Councillor Jukes. Thank you very much.
Could I just ask a question about them, please?
Sure.
Just on page 3, under 9.3, the last sentence, it states there under the health system crisis, the last sentence says it was agreed that Mayor Luca would invite the hospital interim general manager or Kath Cronin from Te Whatu Ora to come and speak to us at a council meeting for further clarification, etc., etc. Have you had any success with being able to encourage one of them to come and speak to us?
I did reach out to Kath Cronin and invited her, but she was unavailable for this meeting, so she'll get back to me.
Okay, thank you.
Well, in that case, all those in favour? Against? The ayes have it. Standing and joint committee meeting minutes, pages 13 of the agenda. Do I have a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the following Whakatane District Council Standing Committee minutes be received? That's the Infrastructure and Planning Committee of the 20th of February 2025, the Risk and Assurance Committee meeting of the 27th of March 2025. Mover Deputy Mayor Amick and seconded by Councillor Rangiaho. Anyone got any observations or problems with any of those minutes? No? In which case, all those in favour? Against? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Coming to the mayoral report, there is no chief executive report. I've given him a dispensation for a while. My report, I'll largely take it as read. I've got a few comments I could make. My introductory section, which deals with sort of geopolitics and economy. We had a few speakers at the recent LG&Z meeting. We had James Kilty, who's for the new CEO of Transpower, talking about New Zealand's energy situation, which is, a little bit dodgy at the moment. But he was pointing out that we need to double our energy generation by 2050, and that New Zealand's in quite a unique position in the sense that 95% of the energy we produce is renewable and 5% comes from fossil fuels. But that will necessarily have to stay. But we are probably unique in the world, was the message he was giving. Then we had a couple of speakers, Stephen Jacobi and Francis Dugan from the New Zealand International Business Forum and International Trade Beef and Lamb. Of course, they addressed the Trump tariffs, the on-again, off-again, on-again tariffs, which have landed us in that group of countries with a 10% tariff, which has got the potential to make life a bit complicated for our exporters. But I think the point they made was that 10% for now, we don't know what's happening in the future, and if they start investigating wood products and pharmaceuticals, we could be penalised even further. So those big picture global events are possibly going to impact us and eventually our ratepayers as well. But the main part of my Mayor's report is really about the RMA reforms, and really all I'm doing there is signalling that RMA reforms, that's Resource Management Act reforms, are coming. The previous government had planned to replace the RMA 1991 Act. That's 1,000 pages into 3 acts, the Natural Built Environment Act, the Spatial Planning Act and the Climate Change Resilience Act, which would have probably blown it out to 1,500 pages. But the new government is coming up, it's going to replace, it's going through a staged process. We really haven't talked about it very much, but I guess I'm just highlighting that it's coming. It's coming over the election period. They want to get it done this year, and that the RMA Act, the 1,000-page Act, will be converted into eventually 2 acts, the Planning Act and the Natural Environment Act. I guess what's clear is the desire to, coming from that expert committee and the cabinet papers, that this idea of consolidating certain functions, especially in the compliance area and in compliance monitoring and enforcement areas. That, I guess the proposition is to put that into a separate, potentially separate government agency. So these sort of things call into question what it is that local government's actually going to look like once they get through with these reforms. And so these meetings that I attended with mayors and that were instigated by the chair of Bay of Plenty Regional Council and the CE were really about talking about what could happen going forward and what local government will actually look like, because it looks like these changes are going to be profound. So I just wanted to flag that. And I have got a graphic I'd like to just show, if I may, which I didn't have time to get into my... With all of this idea of consolidating things and scale, got me thinking about where we came from. And, you know, we're regionalising, we've got regional level spatial plans, we've got regional economic development. The Health Minister, the Minister, Simon Watts, who was present at the conference, was asked a direct question about whether or not local authorities were going to be consolidated. He said, no, I really don't think they have time to do it anyway, but it got me thinking about local authorities, and there's a little bit of a table about how many local authorities we used to have in this country from the period of, from 1900 to 2010. And you can see an abrupt change around the late 80s, 90s. We went from something like of the roughly 760 local authorities down to 86. And then I do what people do these days and asked AI, if you just press that button again, when did New Zealand infrastructure deficit start? And well, AI gives me the answer, and of course we have to believe it because it's AI, but in the post-1980s, which is about when we consolidated everything. So if the argument is that by consolidating everything we're making it more efficient, actually the real facts are there. Now that can be a correlation, so it should be purely accidental that we happen to reduce the number of local authorities and all of a sudden we have an infrastructure crisis, or it could be causal. And of course there is arguments for saying that it is causal, and well, I'll let you play around with the AI system. But my argument would be, well, this idea that consolidating always brings efficiencies and makes things better is not necessarily so. But thank you for that. That's my Mayor's report. If anyone got any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them. Yep. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Your Worship. Just on 4.7, the West End walkway that's included in your report. Thank you for including that, because myself and I'm sure other councillors often field inquiries about that. Will this be coming to a workshop in the future, or do we have any involvement in it, or is it this operational only?
At the moment, we're still awaiting the Tonkin-Taylor report. Is that correct? Or Alex will expand on it.
Yeah, that's correct. We have a draft report which we've gone back to ask that they finalise, which will be assessing two options, essentially, the existing track and another track in terms of their feasibility and what the landside risk assessment is for both options, at which point there will be, I guess, a council decision as to which option you may want to take.
And supplementary, if I may, and the funds that have been allocated, are they going to still be available?
So we have had confirmation last week that the Tourism Infrastructure Fund money is being held for us.
Great.
So that's good news.
Thank you.
Did you say will be held for us? Yeah, for how long will they hold it?
We haven't got a definitive, but
Okay.
it was until August 2025, and we've had it extended beyond that point indefinitely at this point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jukes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, with all these reforms and all the information that's coming out, are they putting out anything in regards to costings, like extra costs on council or decreased costs on council or anything, or is it just...
This is pretty high level at the moment. It's, they're working on it. I advise reading the expert review for a start, expert panel review. But it's coming like a freight train, and it's coming right in that period, and they do say they do want to have it all done by 2025, is that not correct, Chief Executive? So we are not going to get a lot of time to decide what we want to do. The point that the Bay of Plenty Regional Council was making is that we either state our position and come out and say, have an input to the process, or it gets done to us. And we can sit back and think of England. But anyway, I think it's just a heads up on it, really. It's just coming fast, so we better, we'll have a workshop, I presume, coming up on that sort of thing, yeah. So I have a mover in Councillor Isles, seconded Councillor Jukes. All those in favour? Against? The ayes have it. The next paper is mine, and it is you remember that on the 20th of March we had a council meeting and we resolved to investigate the setting up of a health advisory group. Perhaps we should have called it a health advocacy group, but anyway, the name is up for grabs. So an investigation needed to be done, and I've made a start on that, and that's the paper that's before you. I think, look, New Zealand's health system is on the brink. It's in crisis. It wasn't a crisis that happened yesterday or the day before or last year. It's been running its course, I think, for many decades, probably. It might have something to do with that diagram I put up. But anyway, this government under the new health minister seems to be hell-bent on privatisation. At least that's the reporting that you see. Our system is already two-tiered by definition. Nothing that anyone can argue about there. There are those with the private insurance and those without, and that's the difference. So it is highly inequitable, and I think equity is at the heart of any advocacy that needs to be done. We've had, of course, the crisis has landed on our doorstep, and I think it's just one of the dominoes that may fall. Ultimately, I believe it comes to an issue of resourcing. Of course, you can always work on efficiency. It seems that they want to reduce IT staff, and we had one speaker at our conference that said, well, hey, that's the area they need to work on. they're still using fax machines, which sort of blew me away. In the new world of, robotic surgery, AI and all of that sort of stuff, I think there's going to be more of a need to move large amounts of data around, especially as instrumentation like diagnostic imaging, it's all data hungry. So there are reporting out there that, the government's deliberately breaking the health system. This is a tactic that's already been used in the NHS, where you starve the system of funding and then you say, hey, it's not working, we need to privatise. I believe that's what's happening anyway. So the idea of setting up an health advocacy group is to keep an eye on our patch. To some extent, it replaces some of that democratic input that was present in the DHBs. I think it's a good thing. The group the intention is we provide them a home and a flag, and it essentially runs itself. But you have the paper, so I'm happy to answer questions if I can.
I just have a question around there was an offer to have Kapiti Coast, their health advocacy group, come and talk to us. Was that not something to be considered?
No, but in some ways, Health Kapiti Coast did come to speak with us. Powell, who was on their advisory group, was here talking about that and strongly promoting the idea of an advisory group. So it's recorded. This is Ian Powell. He used to be the Chief Executive of the Association for Salaried Medical Specialists, which is essentially the union for doctors for the health system, and he spoke strongly in favour. I've spoken, of course, with Mayor Janet Holborough as well, and there really wasn't time in this meeting, otherwise we'd be here for quite a while.
No, thank you for that. I just thought it would have been an opportunity, because we are discussing the establishment of a health advisory group, that we could then consider with this information the questions that we could ask them on how they went and actually how they actually operate, just so that we can gain more confidence in terms of the
I've asked that
direction.
question of the Mayor, and I communicated it to you last time, that some of my conversation with her. But if you want to reach out to anybody on that group, you're welcome to do it.
No, they said they were available to be able to speak to us and present to us.
That's fine, but I made a call to
Okay.
forego it in the interest of time saving, really, because it's going to be a long agenda today.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just a question on page 31. I see no mention of Ngāti Awa Social and Health Services, te puno te tohu o te oro.
Sorry,
o
page
Ngāti Awa.
what?
I see no mention of te tohu o te oro o Ngāti Awa and Tūhoi Haura in this space. Have you spoken with them? Because they're a big part in our health sector
But
in this area.
we're in that process of looking for people who want to participate in it. So I've reached out to some, but I haven't comprehensively reached out to everything. I wasn't really aware of their activities in that space. But Te Puna Ora o Matatua have got, it was actually Councillor Boynton who recommended Dr. What's the name again? Tuli.
Yes, I had provided contact details regarding Te Puna Ora o Matatua and Ngāti Awa Social and Health Services.
Yeah, well, Nash, I've reached out to Nash, and I think Enid has expressed an interest. So I've only done some preliminary reaching out, but I've got a bunch of names. Two of them were suggested by Councillor Boynton and one by Councillor Rangiaho. The other person I reached out to was the CE of the Eastern Bay of Plenty Primary Health Alliance, which is one of our primary health organisations. And the other one, of course, is the Consumer Council, because this government has set up sort of 4 of these so-called consumer councils, which have a little bit of the flavour of of what the previous government was doing in that space, and they've expressed an interest as well.
Sorry.
We want to include Tūhoe Hauora in that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, well, fine, yeah.
And also too, the Iwi Health Alliance.
Yes. I'm not sure if, I probably haven't reached out to them. Like I said, it's not comprehensive reaching out, it's just saying we need to get some people and here are some possibilities, but it's not comprehensive.
It's just that they're probably combined the the largest providers of health services as amalgamated.
Okay, well, we can expand on what I've started doing. Councillor Tangshos.
Thank you. I feel this paper is premature, actually. When we agreed to an investigation, I kind of would have expected a bit more than what's in the paper. In particular, I would have liked to have known, given that we're modelling it on Kapiti, what they've achieved and what the value has been. And there's really nothing in this paper to indicate whether it's been a worthwhile exercise or not. I'm not into virtue signalling, and so when our council does something, I would prefer that it's something that's meaningful and has impact. Also, the issues that have been raised by Councillor Boynton and Councillor O'Brien suggest that the investigation is kind of underway rather than completed. I think it's premature. I don't feel comfortable making a decision until we actually have a bit more information about the value of it. It still doesn't say in the paper how the membership's going to be decided. I know you talked about an expression of interest. I think the paper is lacking, and I'd like it to come back at another time.
You're entitled to your opinion, councillor. I don't agree with your assessment of virtue signalling. I've already communicated what happened with the feedback I've got from Kapiti Coast. Ian Powell was there speaking about it. They have a series of terms of reference on their site. They've got reports already published, and I've referenced some of those. It's not up to me to put all of that. What size paper do you want here? The references are included. It's up to councillors to go and seek them out. But if you want them, I can supply them to you. But they're on their website anyway, and you can see what they're up to. They've been quite transparent in what they're up to.
I just expect it to be like a standard council paper where it has the information that we need to make a decision. I don't really expect that we have to go look at the Kapiti website to search around for information that should be in the report.
Well, the links are there. Well, links to our minutes are there. We've decided to put links rather than pad out the paper, so I don't see that that's exactly a valid criticism either. Thank you.
Your Worship, I don't quite agree with Councillor Tantros. Having attended that forum that the Mayor called, and to hear the concerns, not only within Whakatane, but as it was generalised across the whole of New Zealand, something has to be done, and hopefully at a local government level. Again, the establishment is all that this report is asking for, so I would imagine by the word establishment that would be under the leadership of the Mayor to initially appoint somebody that would look into the support and provide, and at the same time you would provide the a meeting space for this group to take place. And I think from the concerns that have been raised by Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Boynton again, there'd be those authorities that would then all come together. So I think, this is very early stage work that has followed through from that public forum. And again, I, as a council, would fully support an initial investigation. It may go to nowhere, but at least we will have then had that opportunity to have a look and see what the bigger concern is.
Thank you.
Just point of
it's
order, I just
questions,
want to clarify.
Sorry?
You said that this was to have an investigation. This report here is the investigation, therefore this is a decision about the establishment. No further investigation. Is that correct? Yeah.
This report says to support the establishment, and that was the point that I was making. That's all we're asking at this point in time in this paper. As I said, after the establishment and after these people are brought together, it may find that there is no need for something at a Whakatane district level. But I think just to follow through from that public forum that we had, there was certainly concern through the public that there was urgency and there was some need.
Yeah, well, we're in the question phase, but yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Isles. Yes, it's an investigation. Investigations don't necessarily have a start and a complete end point. There are obviously a couple of things missing. There are a lot of actors in the health space. I've tried to list them all. I'm not sure if I captured them all. So yeah, crucify me for making a mistake. But I think that it's time for action. And anyway, if there are any further questions of clarification, I'll take them. Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm in favour of establishing this advocacy group. I see that when we initially lost our maternity service here, or the upgraded maternity service, and we had to start shuttling patients to Tauranga, soon after, and we did the march, and that was really good, got on the news. Soon after that, Nelson started up, and they seemed to be a bit more organised because they made sure they were in the news every week for a good month and a half, and then I think it was Napier or one of the other, and all of a sudden groups around the country were standing up and actually stealing news time and pressurising the Minister of Health, and we seem to have faded a bit, but we are still in the situation where we are sending patients, maternity patients, to Tauranga under lights and sirens, to try and get them there in time. And I know from my own personal fact that I man that ambulance sometimes, that there recently has been one that was unsuccessful, which is very sad. But also, if you go back a couple of years ago, we lost our orthopaedic service during the weekend. So if you break your leg playing footy, they load you in an ambulance and they drive you to Tauranga, which isn't very pleasant. And so there's been a slow degradation of our hospital service here. And I remember what happened to a Potiki. It slowly ended up disappearing altogether, and we don't want that to happen here. So I think we need to get organised and we need to get noisy, and I think there is no harm in establishing this group. And as someone else has already said, Councillor Isles, at least once we've established it, if we feel that it's not needed, we can stop it. But to sit here and sit on our hands, I think we're wasting time, and we're allowing other hospitals around the country to get the limelight. And I think we need to start pushing hard. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dennis. We're in the question phase, but I can have a mover. Are you moving, Councillor? Councillor Rangiawa moves it. Councillor Immick seconds it. We're now in the debate phase. So yes, Councillor Dennis, I completely agree with you, and I was going to mention the time element. Things are happening fast now. These reforms that are coming and moving at pace. There are things happening in our hospital right now. There is an initial bunch of people that expressed considerable enthusiasm to get involved in this. One suggested by yourself and two by Councillor Boynton. I don't think there's any time to waste. I don't see why we need to sit on our hands, as Councillor Dennis has said, but it's open for debate.
So my understanding of this group, there is we've got a group of professionals in the health sector. We're at arm's length distance from them, and they just get on with their job.
Yep.
We're providing them a space to collaborate, to peel back the layers, unpack the layers of what that thing looks like for their communities. I support it. We just need to let them get on with what they need to get on, and if it keeps us at arm's length, because there have been conversations that the council is not a social service. We have big things, we have a lot of things that we need to do, but to welcome the health sector in a space where they can do what they need to do for the betterment of our communities or find a way forward, I would support that wholly. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rangiao. You're exactly right. I mean, the intention here is just to provide an umbrella, a home, and a flag to wave. And this thing's got to run itself with virtually no council resources. That's the intention. Let the community do its work, and let's get some of the community voices out there and into the system. And yeah. Councillor Puller.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. You sort of answered the question for me, but I think our role will be to set it up, point them in the right direction, and then let them go to it, and we move on and do something else. Thank you.
Yeah, that's bang on. Thank you for that. Councillor Tanchos.
Thank you. First, a question. Are you going to be responding to each debating point? As the chair, are you responding to each debater?
Not to each, but as the chair, I have discretion. So thank you.
To be really clear, I'm not opposed to the setting up of a health advocacy group. I think it could potentially be a really good idea. My concern is that the investigation that this council asked for, I feel, has not been properly done. And if we think about the different iwi health organisations in our community which have been brought up, I would have thought that we would speak to them first, because setting up the group, if you're setting up an organisation, the first thing is that the terms of reference is going to be important. What's the purpose of the group? If you set up the group, then invite people to go along, you've basically preempted their input. And to me, it would make sense, given the work that we've been trying to do to develop partnerships with iwi organisations across our community, that we'd have those discussions before we establish the group, before we decide the terms of reference, and invite all of the affected parties in our community to have some input into what would be the most appropriate function of such a committee. So, as I say, I'm not opposed to the setting up of a health advocacy group. I would have liked to have seen these issues dealt with before the paper came back to council. That hasn't been done, so...
I think you've just sort of repeated what you said before, actually. But, yeah, there were a couple of things missed out. Yeah, it's not perfect. But that doesn't obviate the need for a group and setting it up. It doesn't stop us from reaching out to whoever wasn't listed formally on the paper. I mean, it hasn't captured every single little thing. But anyway, any thoughts?
Yep. Yes. No, thank you. I think we're kind of agreeing to agree. We did agree for some investigation, and this is just asking for this to continue. My only concern would be that we make sure we have active invitation to all the stakeholders. And we know that in our community, Māori particularly have got very effective and efficient networks and health services. So I think for me that would just be key to make sure that they're all involved and invited to participate.
Yes, thank you. Well, you're right. What I did here as part of the investigation was just reach out to people, see if there was any interest out there. And the answer I got was that there's a lot of interest. Some of the people highly enthusiastic, and that's great. But that's the starting point. Yeah. And as to how the process moves from there, it's do you call for official expressions of interest? Do you advertise in the paper? Do you do this? Do you do that? Those are, I think, those are more details. But anyway, that's my view. John, Councillor Puller.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder if it would be worth you setting up a little subgroup that could beaver away and get all these names together rather than you getting bogged down yourself doing it. And that way we would cover all the bases, I think, which is the point of concern amongst councillors at the minute, that we leave someone out. And so if you had a little subgroup, they could do that on your behalf, I think.
No, I'm happy to step out of it, but yeah, I can proffer the names I've acquired and people I've asked for small bios of, and then if councillors want to go and find additionals, that's fine. From other organisations, they can all be added, but we can decide how we move forward on that.
Well, I think you might take advantage of Councillor Boynton and Councillor Rangiaho and a couple of others at this point, sir, and then move on.
Sure, they've actually inputted already, but anyway.
It was just, yeah, it was just a question around the terms of reference. So I support what John is saying too.
A question,
Well,
not a debating point?
Is there a, oh, sorry, I did say ask if I was allowed to ask.
Oh, did you? Okay. Oh, well, ask a question.
Who will be putting together the terms of reference?
Who are we putting forward to do what?
Who will be putting together the terms of reference for the group?
The terms of reference are in this investigation, and they are actually modelled on Kapiti Council's term. Modelled, let's say. I mean, they're not exact copies, but they can be modified too. Well, all committees can have their terms of reference modified. We've already had a few where we've modified terms of reference, so it's very much a living thing. And maybe the group itself will want to modify the terms of reference. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks for that. I tend to agree with Councillor Puller in organising this subgroup, but I support the establishment of the, I think you're on the right track there. It's not council's role to take health on board, but it is council's role to be looking after our communities, and health is right at the top of the list for our communities. So supporting the establishment is going to evolve anyway, so we're not going to just start with one set line of travel. It's going to establish as we go, and I think it's just good to get it started and get something on the rolling down the road.
Thank you, Councillor James.
Mr Chairman, can I maybe suggest that if we do establish this small committee, that it be established by some of the councillors plus some of the current medical staff employed at the hospital or in some of these medical areas, so that people are relevant and up to date with what's going on?
Open to that, Councillor. Well, if there are... Councillor Isles?
Thank you. My response to Councillor Dennis would be, look, we've got recommendations 1, 2 and 3. Why can't we move these today in support and come back with suggestions that have been raised around the table today?
Sure. All right. Councillor Boynton.
Just to confirm, like the other councillors around the table, I definitely tautoko the establishment of an advocacy group for hauora and our health in our area. Having attended the protest last week of the surgeons and doctors and emergency nurses from Whakatane Hospital, and also to the hikoi for health speakers that are travelling throughout the country. There definitely is a strong need, and you've identified the risks to our health system currently. So I definitely support the establishment. I also support the suggestions put forward by Councillor Dennis and also Councillor Puller, just to give some assurances around those who are going to be part of that group. And I understand I'm not trying to think of those things that were missed from the list, but those things are actually big people, groups and people and significant, and have a long history both locally and also internationally. The work that they do in our community is highly recognised. So I just wanted to make sure that they weren't overseen, and that our steps moving forward has a lot more kaha in terms of ensuring if those people are to come into the organisation that they are looked after right initially from the very beginning. So I do totally call the kaupapa.
So are you putting your hand up, are you, Councillor Boynton, to be on the group?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Then maybe I'll ask for a show of hands to move recommendations 1 to 3. All those in favour? You got that? All those against? Okay. Passed, thank you very much. And now we're at the reports section. Air Chathams, request for financial support. Do we have the Air Chathams folk here?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I got my wrong glasses on. Yep. Okay, this paper is presented by our Chief Financial Officer, Bevan Gray, and also accompanied by Mark Reid. You'll speak to the paper, please, Bevan. The two representatives from Air Chats will be allowed to sit at the table and respond to questions. They're not here to debate. They will remove themselves from the table, please, once the questions section has been completed. Okay, thank you very much. Bevan?
Morena tātou. So with this paper we're asking you to make a decision on the ask from Air Chathams, which is outlined in the paper. Two councillors have been provided an alternative proposal, but this hasn't been formally provided to council or tabled for consideration at this point in time. It was received by staff on Friday last week after the public agenda was closed, and it's not been workshopped by council and therefore is not considered in this paper. Council has workshopped the original ask, and the council report asks council to consider all of that information and make a decision on what we can issue to Air Chathams. If council declines the Air Chathams proposal for support, we've been thinking about running an expression of interest process with the aviation sector, asking them to submit proposals for business-friendly Auckland and potentially Wellington services, which is what we're hearing our community and business sector asking for through some of the social media requests. This way council can see what Air Chathams and the sector has to offer, but that's potential conversation we could have through the deliberation process. So the purpose of the paper, again, is to make a decision on the request that's formally been received from Air Chathams. The report outlines what the request is, and it also includes some important historical context on ratepayer support that's already been provided. So we'll take the report as read and take any questions.
So the floor is open to questions, either directed to our Chief Financial Officer, Bevan, or the Craig or Dwayne from Air Chats.
I can probably just open a little bit.
No, you can't, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You're
Okay.
here to answer questions. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Isles, and then John Puller.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Craig, and thank you, Dwayne, for both fronting up today. My question to you is, did you canvass or survey local business in Whakatane to gauge their support for the daily business flights that were introduced when the Saab came into operation? And did you do likewise in Kapiti? And then did you make a financial decision that Kapiti was a more lucrative route than Whakatane, Auckland?
I think to answer that, I need to go back a little bit. So we all understand the issues leading up to COVID, the air service was viable here.
Yes.
It was making a contribution
Yes.
to the gross overheads of the company. Now, the reason that works, and I think it really needs to be understood, is that the reason that we are able to provide an air service to you here is because we provide air services to a number of places, and jointly they come together to cover the very high overheads that an airline requires to operate. So if you take any one away, then the effect, that has a flow-on effect to all the other air services. So the differences came about, obviously, with the effect of COVID. I mean, everybody's sick of hearing about it. But it's not just what happened during COVID and what needed to be done to ensure that you had connectivity and to ensure that essential services, which actually is the connectivity here, as it is in Kapiti and anywhere else, the Chatham Islands, to ensure that those were maintained, central government and local government needed to come together to provide that support. The thing is that nobody knows or could predict where it was going to go over the next few years and what it was going to take and the changes you needed to make as an organisation to allow us to continue to operate into all the important regions, and they are all very important regions that we provide services to. So it was a joint about support that local organisations or local bodies as yourself could supply. It was what central government could supply. It was what the bank could supply. It was what our own team were prepared to make sacrifices with. And a good example of that is the whole team of Air Chat, 150 people, took 80% pay cuts, still came to work, and really did everything they can, because you guys are really, really important to us. You're also really, really important to the Chatham Islands, to Kapiti, to Wanganui. It's collectively very important. So there are other things that happened during that journey that we had to make decisions on. And part of that is the change in aeronautical navigation throughout New Zealand and the age of the aircraft that we were operating and the investment that we had to make into improving the aircraft, modernising the aircraft, modernising the aviation, the navigation systems within the aircraft. These are things that none of you would really understand, and why should you? It's what we do, isn't it? So that meant that unfortunately the lovely Metroliners had reached the end of their economic life.
Yep.
We could no longer operate those aircraft and meet compliance in those new areas.
Yep.
The reason it affected you here is because the Metro flew here and the Saabs flew to Wanganui and Kapiti. And of course, the lovely Convair flew out to the Chathams and other places, and it's supported here and it's supported Wanganui when other aircraft were on maintenance and things like that. But so the company had to change from Convairs and to ATRs and subs. And we couldn't continue to operate the Metro. Nobody does anymore in this country for those very reasons I've outlined. But we had to do that in highly recessionary circumstances. Really, really difficult. How do you rebuild? All the flow out, you could call it long COVID, whatever you like, fog. We're not through that period yet. and the support that we received from this council and the other councils and the Chatham Islands and central government, incredibly grateful for. Without it, none of those places could have air service today. Now, so your question, how did we make a decision?
Yes.
Well, the Metro was here. The Metro did provide the service, and it did have frequency and the start and end of day services that you wanted. The other people already had the sub services there, but we had to not operate a Metro. We just could not continue to operate that time. Yep. So then what we did, and we started that process a long time before we retired the Metro, is we said there has to be change, but we're in a position now where we just don't have the resources to go and buy more subs to just bring another sub in here and just go and operate it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been getting the support from you. We wouldn't have been getting the support from central government. It's another, $3-4 million to do it. You know what I mean? So but we wanted the air service to continue. We wanted to be able to evolve it, develop it, do the things that we need to do to make it as good as it possibly can be for you people alongside everybody else. So that's why we initially came to you and said we need to risk share this. We didn't say you take all the risk. We said working beside us, help us to transition out of an aircraft we can no longer use into an aircraft that will be very valuable and very long-term value. So we didn't say, we've not got the Metro, let's just forget about Whakatane, because we don't do that, because you're very, very important to the whole structure for a whole lot of people and a whole lot of different communities that are essential, that are more remote. I'm hoping you can understand what I'm trying to say. So we couldn't get that. So what we had to do is we were obviously operating in a not a profitable place across the board. What we had to do was what all business do. We had to hunker down. We had to keep our costs as low. We had to stop investment. We had to go to the bank, reinvest. We had to change our aircraft types. We had to bring in ATRs, all these other things through this very difficult time. And so what we decided to do, we want Whakatane to have a service, so we provided the very best we could with the resources we had if we weren't going to be able to have a partnership with you to spread the costs to be able to provide an even better one. That was the decision. I know that's a long answer, but it wasn't a case of saying Wanganui, Kapiti, Chatham Islands, why you should get this or why you shouldn't get that. It was just that we couldn't have what we had here. How can we use all those resources we have, you know what I mean, to get it here and then to get into a position where we can develop it and make it better.
Yep. Can I a supplementary and a yes, no.
Yeah.
Was Kapiti more lucrative than the Whakatane business flight?
Yes, when it comes to...
Thank you.
When it comes to early morning...
Just on that, sorry, going back to the other question, Councillor. So we did survey some years ago the Kapiti community as well, full community. That was, I think, a 95% yes vote for air services being important. It wasn't specifically around Air Chathams. After the last workshop that I attended, the business chamber here...
Can you speak into that a bit?
The business chamber here ran another survey, and the results of that, I think, was 98% of respondents. There was about 70 respondents in a week to retain the air services. But what I said to the chamber is it's really important that you ask wider questions. You need to ask the questions, do you support on the basis of ratepayer funding or other mechanisms being used to support the service? And I think that came in at just under 70% of respondents supported that. So it's really important. It's important for the context that Craig provided. But air services are valued by communities, and we understand that value, and that's why making decisions about where we fly and the frequency and the aircraft type that we use is really important.
Thank you.
One more, if I may.
One more, way go.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for that, Craig. I don't recall in the Chamber of Commerce survey that was conducted, or what I read in the Beacon, that it actually asked, would you be prepared for ratepayer funding to continue to support the airline? The usage, yes, but not the actual funding.
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of the same in terms of, basically it was asking the community through the chamber, and I think they made it wider as well. I think they shared it on some public social media pages. It was asking the public whether they would still support the provision of an air service if it involved ratepayer funding. That was my understanding.
Councillor Puller and then Councillor James and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Morning, gentlemen. An observation first and then a blunt question. If I was putting money into an organisation, I'd expect to have a position on the board to be able to make decisions, really, and I don't see that being offered, but that's another matter. The question really is, Origin Air and Sun Air and Sounds Air all seem to operate okay. Why can't you guys?
Well, I think we can probably both answer that question. What we do and other airlines do are quite specific within their location and the type of services they provide.
Excuse me, Mr. Emily, could you bring your microphone
I'm so
closer
sorry.
to you, please?
Yeah, is that better? Sorry about that. Yeah, that's very noisy. But anyhow, we've got an air service that's obviously based out of Auckland, and our network is to provide services to and from Auckland, and we've got, we're the only other, and this won't mean a lot to you, but 121 airline provider. That means we operate cabin class aircraft, which are on a par with what Air New Zealand operate. In fact, we actually operate ATR 72s just like they do. They used to operate the Saab aircraft as well. And that is because the places that we service really require that type of aircraft, the efficiency, the seat efficiency of those aircraft. The smaller the aircraft, the more costly it is per seat to operate. And of course, you don't get flight attendants, which are important for elderly people, but particularly who are flying. You know, you've got a much broader community-based air service if you can operate the larger aircraft. So that's the type of service that we provide to all our communities. And if you talked about Sounds Air carry 5 passengers in a piston-powered aircraft. It's single pilot, non-icing capable. It cannot move the numbers and it cannot provide the type of service that you've got here today. Origin Air operate 18-seater aircraft. They are Nelson-based. They go from a Nelson base to areas. For them to project themselves up here would be, well, you can ask the question. I already know the answer to that because we know each other very well. But that is just not the niche that they would want to be in, but it is an 18-seater turboprop aircraft that has anti-icing capability. But whatever you do, for us, Origin, Sounds Air, it has to connect broadly because otherwise you can't make it work. You can't. This Whakatane cannot have an airline in its own right. There aren't enough people. The overheads and the compliance cost of operating the airline need to be spread a much larger business across a larger business. So that is why. So right now we are the only 121 aircraft that operates cabin class aircraft that's owned in New Zealand other than Air New Zealand. So you actually have that standard, you have the safety that goes along with that, you have the flight attendants, the ability to be able to really offer a service across a broad part of your community. and at a seat rate that is cost effective for ordinary people to travel on. But you have to have the volume of traffic to do that as well. So I'm not sure if that answers your question properly, but when you ask, would you be able to do it with Sounds Air, they may say, oh yes, we could fly, but you can only fly 5 passengers per service. So you can only fly 5 business class or business people to Auckland, for instance, whereas we can move 30 to Auckland.
If I can just add to that a little bit quickly. So I think you really need to look at what you had, what you almost lost, and then what you got. So you had Air New Zealand in 2015. They gave you a matter of months, I guess, and said we're going to pull out. They spent a lot of time ratcheting up the airfares out of Whakatane and pushing all of the customers down the road to Tauranga, mostly. Your council ran a tender process, which obviously we were part of, and this was the route that we really wanted to get into. When we got into it, I think the annual passenger numbers were 18,000 at that time per annum, and within a year we pushed that up to 27,000. We initially modelled it on a 50-seat Convair operating the business hour flights and then running the smaller 18-seater in between time. That did not work, didn't have the population base to sustain it, so we realised that, we made that change. We bought in 38 flights a week using the 18-seater Metroliner, and it was very, very successful. It was a profitable route going into COVID. As Craig said, we'd already flagged with council that there were these air navigation changes coming, and that we saw it actually not so much as a bad thing, but as an opportunity for the Eastern Bay of Plenty, and I mean the wider Eastern Bay of Plenty, to upgrade into a 34-seat aircraft, Part 121, flight attendant, galley, toilet, all of those lovely things. And I still believe that. It's just that we had this awful pandemic come along. It absolutely crushed us. We went from 120 weekly flights to 6. We were supported by your council, other councils, the Chatham Islands, the government, and we're still here. We do really important work. I think it's important to note that central government right now is already looking at regional aviation connectivity and how they could potentially fund that going forward. If we are here working well with you, that will benefit the Eastern Bay of Plenty as well. And the reason that we're here today and why this is important to us is that as aviation people, we do truly believe that the SARB can work here, and we do truly believe that if we can partner with you properly and get this aircraft back on the schedule that people want, and that came through really clearly across a number of platforms, that we're looking 5-10 years down the track. You've got a thriving Eastern Bay of Plenty, population growth, business growth, and you've got air connectivity to support that. And I do think that the government is going to see the value in that very soon, and it will benefit you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James?
Yeah, morning Craig and Dwayne. I've got 3 questions, if I may.
Fire away.
First one is, I believe 2 years ago you had a 340B for sale for around the 2.2 million. That's the aircraft that's flying in Tonga at the moment, is it?
Correct.
And that contract is running out shortly? Or is that long term?
End of June, but it may extend.
Okay. No, because my question was going to be, why can't that plane come back to the Whakatane when you're asking for, what is it, 3.5 million?
Yeah, so I think that's the point that Bevan made earlier, is that at the moment we actually have 5 SARB aircraft. One's a freighter and 4 are passenger aircraft. And you're right, we did have a sale and purchase agreement back in early 24 with a Canadian company. They were going to purchase that aircraft, and we needed that just to bring liquidity back into the business, really. That sale didn't go through, and then fortunately we were able to support Lulutai Airlines in Tonga. They had an issue where their aircraft was basically written off in an accident. So we were able to get our aircraft and crew up there and operate that service, which was at a really critical time for obviously their business, but also ours. and we've been able to extend that, and I think that relationship will go further because, again, they're very impressed with the service we provide. But what it means is that we still have that aeroplane, and if we can work something out with this council, then we could bring back that dedicated aircraft because, like your community, the current schedule just doesn't work. These are conversations that we did have and continue to have, and I think that bringing the dedicated aircraft back here and getting that business traffic back, which is high yielding, will make a difference. But it's going to take a few years. Like, these things aren't quick. It wasn't quick when we started, actually. We lost a lot of money just starting the service back in 2015. The same was for Wanganui. I think it was $800,000 in the negative over a 9-month period. So they do take a while to introduce, but once you get them up and running and it's well promoted and well supported and people realise that they can go onto your website, book a ticket, and your plane turns up and they get to where they need to go, then they become self-sustaining.
Yeah, thanks for that. One of my other questions was your contact with central government with regarding regional. You've sort of touched on that, so I don't know whether we need to sort of go further there. I take it that negotiations are ongoing.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're meeting with Ministry of Transport again Tuesday next week, again to work through some of those things and talk specifically about all the things Craig spoke to at the start. What is the importance of airlines like Air Chathams? Why is it really important? And to that point, we're not the only airline that's talking with the ministry and with government. We're not the only airline that has some real issues at the moment. But I think it's just making the point that why these things are, why airlines are so important for a geographically dispersed country. The other point that I will make, that again is extremely exciting from a regional airline perspective, is around the potential interline opportunities with Air New Zealand. I remember in 2015, 2016, when they made their decisions to withdraw from airports and the impact that had on, regions like Whakatane, Wanganui, because you effectively just fall off the map. They can't see you anymore on those Air New Zealand booking channels. And that will impact not just people travelling to visit family, but also business and business decisions and investment. So the fact that Air New Zealand is now open to re-looking at that, and we've had some early implementation conversations with them. So Air Chathams is going to be the first cab off the rank to see if we can make this thing work. That will have a huge impact for regions like the Eastern Bay of Plenty. So again, these are all good reasons to for us to try and work through this and get into a better place, because everyone's finding it tough at the moment, but it will get better. All the indications are that it will get better.
Okay.
I think it's also very important to understand that we're not only having conversations with Air New Zealand and central government regionally on why it's important that places like Eastern Bay of Plenty or Wanganui and Chatham Islands have a very good service so that they can grow. But our bank said too, and they allowed us, they actually mandated that we had to sell an aeroplane on the back of our strategic plan. We're quite pleased we didn't need to do that. We're also very pleased that the bank supported us to retain it, but of course we had to show income from it. We couldn't get income by just changing the schedule here. As Dwayne has pointed out, it has to be collaborative. It has to recognise what we want, what the end game is for the community, and it has to be a joint communities working together. That's the way it always has been from the very time we started here. It was really understood that if it wasn't for what we did elsewhere, you wouldn't be able to have this level of service here. It's actually no different for Air New Zealand either. It's they could never run a sector here or a sector there and make it viable for New Zealanders as a whole. So we provide a very important part of that for a lot of different people. And just be really clear, you guys are top of mind for us just as much as any other place we go to. The challenges here right now are more difficult. but the solutions are there. As long as we recognise together the road we must travel and that we're prepared to, in some degree or another, share the risk of that as well, you know. Maybe we haven't put that to you as well as we'd like, but you must recognise that we wouldn't be here if we didn't care. We could make decisions much earlier. We could have made a decision when we decided to let the metro go, but it's not to be here. There is no economic reason to be here, but it's important. It's really important for you guys. It's going to be important to our community and overall as well, going forward, and that's really what my wife and I have dedicated ourselves to do.
You know, we appreciate your dedication to the Eastern Bay. Thanks very much. My third question, and Councillor Puller touched on it, I take it Chathams has a board.
Yes.
Would you ever consider giving council a position on your board?
It's not something that we've considered recently. We wouldn't be adverse to it. I think that's just probably a discussion for another day.
Well, I think really what we'd like to get out of this meeting with you today is really that we're just going to continue to work together in a proactive way. We don't need to be making decisions that overnight about the track forward. But part of that is, okay, if we're going to join with you and we're going to financially commit together, then there needs to be a vehicle in which you have a very clear say on how that runs. That's anybody making an investment would see it that way. So, but that needs to be part of that wider discussion. As we're saying that, you know, the problem that we had some months ago until it's only just recently the bank allowed me to retain that second aircraft, that extra aircraft. We really had to fund a whole new aircraft here. We don't need to do that now. So it's kind of a different, but we still need support because we are still operating in an extremely difficult, restrictive business environment. Nobody wants to lose what we have already built over the last, for instance, 2015. So we need to do what practically can be done, and we need to work out a plan. But, you know, the interline is so important to that plan working. We actually had Air New Zealand agreement for it just before COVID hit. They were going to do it, start it. They'd even taken the photographs of the tails together, the whole lot. The reason it's taken this long is it's taken this long for Air New Zealand to really have any resource whatsoever to start looking at these social things that are important for other people in New Zealand, working with people like us who they trust. That trust has been built over a very long period of time.
Thank
you. Deputy Mayor?
Yep, thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, gentlemen. I'll have some comments during the debate phase, but I've got three questions, and the first one is to the General Manager, to Bevan. So I'd see on page 34 the history table of the events, and in the 2018 to 20 period, because of the request to fly larger planes, Council actually improved the airport facility to $1.8 million because we had to change our civil aviation status. Is there any other ongoing costs that Council has to bear because we've got larger planes here?
Yeah, that is correct. So part of, as well as the capital works to support the larger aircraft, we're required to undertake Part 139 certification, which is increase to the operating function and costs at the airport, and those are ongoing.
And what is that like per annum?
I would estimate it's probably about 300,000. Would that be right?
Yeah, that's a bit of a ballpark figure, but it's definitely a six-figure figure just through the runway checking and compliance requirements for Part 139.
All right, thank you. And the next question is to the gentleman. Did you ever have any intention of repaying the $350,000 loan?
Yep, if I could just go back to that last question too, I think it's important to just put on the record that Part 139 certification was done before we started in 2015, and I will also say that Air Chathams did the lion's share of that work. We had a safety manager at the time, a bloke called Russell Jenkins. He put together the exposition. I think your initial airport CEO was a lovely lady, Julie Gardine, who you'll know. So we actually did most of the work to support you getting that 139 certification. Where the capital cost actually came in was, there's a well-publicised High Court hearing in Wellington around runway and safety areas. Whakatane, unfortunately, due to the Edgecombe flooding, didn't get your renewal documents in time. So there was a delay, and then that High Court hearing had come through. The CAA asked the question, could you establish a RESA? You had land at both ends of the airport, which I think you were using for grazing at the time, so you couldn't really put a case up for not doing it, and that's why you ended up having to embark on that and that cost, which I think was originally budgeted about $350,000, and it blew out to something like $800,000 due to midden sites being found. Again, that's not your fault. It's actually not our fault. It's just something that happened, and it is what it is. And then recently, the reseal of the main runway and apron was carried out, but that was carried out because it was due. Whether you're a 139 airport or not, you would have had to have done that. So I just wanted to make that clear, please.
And the repayment of the loan?
Yeah. So I talked about this last time I was here at the workshop. And again, it was you've got to try and take yourself back to that time. So we'd gone through the stage 1 lockdown, 120 flights to 6. We were only flying essential flights to the Chatham Islands for freight and emergency personnel during that time. We were obviously working very, very closely with central government about what comes next. As the domestic bubble was created, there was an opportunity to start to do flights again, but there would be requirements for social distancing and all sorts of things. So, Craig and I had a really big, and the board had to think about that in terms of what the implications would be and whether people would even want to travel. So I guess, we saw the importance in maintaining services so that we could at least build them back up as as COVID sort of got under control. I mean, back in those days, we were a little bit naive, thinking perhaps this might only be 1 year and we can get on with life again. It certainly wasn't for Auckland. So we went to each council and we actually wrote letters basically saying that we would like to start services again. We have no idea what it's going to look like. It's going to be a real risk to us at the moment because our revenue position was awful, as you can appreciate. So how can we do this in partnership? And actually at that time we were talking about council investment in the business. All sorts of things were being floated.
I think we totally understand it, and the reason council approved it in the beginning is that we appreciate the position that you're in.
Yep.
But at the time when the agreement was signed,
Yes.
There was a 5-year payback, if and when that was possible. But reading in the media, it doesn't seem like there was ever the intention of paying it back. You just expected us to write it down.
Yeah. So I think I'll just talk a little bit to that if I can. We were very clear with councils at the time that this needed to be, skin in the game from both parties. So we were going to be putting money up to restart the services, and that was going to have a cost, and we wanted council to do the same. When we spoke to council, and this was predominantly with Kapiti District Council and the CEO there at the time, he told us very clearly what the process is under local government for grants and how long that would take. And we said, well, if we have to wait that long, the services just will not start again. So what else can we do? And that's where the loan was floated. And if you look very carefully, which we have, at the terms of that loan, you can see that there was original intent in there that it would be 5 years, non-interest bearing, and then an opportunity to basically extend it out into perpetuity on a, with that preferential share option that's in the contract. You can also see that from what Kapiti Council have done, where they almost immediately went to impair the loan, which they have now done, and also the underlying work that was done by Grant Samuels. They wrote a comprehensive report, and that was shared with all councils at the time, stated clearly that the likelihood of that loan being repaid was very low. So all of these things were made available to councillors at the time, and that was to express the original intent of that funding, which was a skin-in-the-game approach from both sides. You pick the document up, it looks like a loan. We totally understand that. I guess what we're saying today here is you have a range of recommendations to talk to, and one of the things that we would like is to, we want to stay at this table, we want to keep talking about how we make this air service work. This is a way for Whakatane Council to say, well, you know what, your chats have actually done us a bit of a solid here since 2020. They've even done us more since 2023 when they retired the Metro liners and decided, yep, we will carry on, we won't stop the service at this point. We've lost $1 million since April 2023 when you incorporate direct and indirect costs. We believe it's the right thing to do to say, hey, this is our share of that, and then let's look forward to see what we can do and work together in a really good way. And I'm very, very confident that we can make this work, but we got to be on the same page.
Thank you. I've got one quick yes/no question. So did you indicate that Kapiti has written off the loan, but Wanganui hasn't?
Correct. Kapiti's impaired the loan. They haven't written off the loan, they've impaired the loan. And we're currently talking to Wanganui about some opportunities.
Thank you.
I've got a few questions. In 2020, when you came to talk to us, Councillor Dukes asked you the question why you don't go to a bank to get a loan. And I recall your answer, but I don't need to share it. If I asked you the question today, you realise we're not a financial lending institution, we're not a bank. How would you answer today? Why not a bank? Or why not another financial institution?
Okay, just so that you understand, we've been to the bank many times over the last 5 years. We've been able to show the, integrity in our operation. I guess it's on public record, I don't mind. I mean, I owed $7 million at the beginning of COVID. I now owe $20 million. I have a very supportive bank. The bank has supported what we do. But yes, I've been to the bank. And we have extended as far as those things can go. What the bank can see very clearly is we need to grow the service. This is not just here, right across the whole spectrum. The bank can also see that it is a very difficult time to do it, with the inflationary effects, high interest rates, huge increase, 36% increase in our operating costs just through cost of parts, fuel, supply line. Anyone in business will be able to explain these things to you, high cost of labour. So we have done all those things. When we looked at the loan, nobody knew where it was going to go, but everybody thought it was worth investing in. You guys thought it was investing in, that's why you did it. You guys valued your air service here, and you know how important it is to your community, that's why you did it. We don't know, and the report that you actually got, the independent report, said nobody can know at the 5 years' time whether we'd be in a position to repay it. As it's turned out, we know how tough it is right now. You've heard what I've done. You've heard what my wife and I have done so that you have a service here. We could have just backed out. But we're not going to. We're not going to this year. We're not going to next year, but we do need this collaboration. Can we, when we signed that document, did we think, like you and like was reporting you, we did not know. Nobody knew. And that's why there were provisions in it that allowed it to continue, that allowed you to keep that investment in EHS in one form or another.
And just a correction, when you first came to us I guess the reason that, at least from my point of view, that we agreed to the loan was not as an investment. If I was thinking of investing money, it would not be in a regional airline. It's a notorious, difficult business, cutthroat. But anyway, today, your business comprises a range of routes, and overall, is it profitable today?
Okay, the answer to that is yes, because obviously we can't stay in business unless we can cover our costs. It is at that level. So do we have further capital to invest in? Very, very, very little. But are we doing the things so that we can invest? Yes. So hence the reasons that what Dwayne has already expressed to you. We're very, very proactive with central government, very proactive with other people who, like we've already spoken about, that can make Whakatane be seen much clearer by the outside community as a place. The interline is all part of that. It gives you visibility. We are developing everything that we can do that can provide further income and further contributions so that these services can thrive. It is going to take time.
So therefore, if you're profitable, you could potentially subsidise the route from your own business, or there's not enough there, not enough.
That's exactly what we've done.
Yeah.
What Dwayne said is extremely right. I mean, there's $1 million. Now, that's when you fully amortise everything, all the overheads, interest, insurance. We take that out. What we can do is we can sustain at a level along if those things are not contributing to all the other places that we go. That is what you have now. Now, if we fully burdened it, yes, that's a huge loss, but are we turning around and saying we're not interested in the place? No, because we believe that it will be important, and it will be important across the whole network going forward, as long as we're working with you people in the right way. So we still have a window and a timeline that we can still do that with you. But if you stand back and say, why are you flying to Whakatane? It's cost you, when you look at all the overheads, $1 million. Well, you'd say no. But my wife and I don't do that. We say, well, okay, let's push what other areas are doing into here. Can we sustain it? Can we sustain it through the period it's going to take for our country and our businesses within our country to revive? And that's, you guys are doing it tough. Council is doing it tough. We're doing it tough. But we're working across everything we do to ensure that we can do it for everyone. So that's why we have to have these discussions with you. They've just been very honest discussions, where we are, where we want to go, the type of support that we need to get there. And we're talking about how everything else we're doing within our business is all about the same thing.
So just another question. On the $350,000 loan, I forgot to say that really I thought we were extending it to help out an industry in distress during a time of COVID, in order to make our transport system out of this town more resilient. I think that was the main driver. You've got 19,000 transactions going on over a course of a year, right? According to that data. How much would you have to raise I'm assuming that your passengers are mostly business people. I don't know if that's correct assumption, but on the assumption that they are mostly business people, 19,000 transactions, by how much would I need to jack up the airfares in order for you to be in the black?
Well, right, I can speak on that. Now, there's no such thing as jacking up airfares. So it's a case of what people can pay. So the type of system, like you go online with us and you can get this flight on this day at this dollar price and at So therefore, when we've got more seats available, you can buy them cheaper. If we got less, you'd have more. It's a collective thing. So how much, you know that with any airline you fly, how much you pay depends on the demand at that time. When we're in this economic recessionary period, people do not have much discretionary money. We can't get more money overnight across everything we do because the disposable income is not there. It's because business people are saying, hey, we won't travel to Auckland because, that's a cost to our business that we don't want to pay right now because we must be careful, we must hunker down so that we're there tomorrow. So those are the things that are driving. My accountant keeps telling me, Craig, increase your revenue by 6%, reduce your cost by 6%, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice? And he also says at the same time, wouldn't that be nice? But we know that's not the reality. So it will be. Do I think? Well, I go back a bit here. I've operated in one form or another an air service since 1984. I'm the longest, you could say, lasting second-tier airline in the country. And certainly the only other 121, like I talked about, the higher level air service, all the others are gone. So yes, I've been through ups, I've been through downs, I know what they look like, I know what you can do as far as what you can ask of people. What we're doing here is we're in a down, we're in a pretty deep down, but not, I've been through GFCs, I've been through all sorts of stuff. You just have to work with people and make sure you do the right things to allow these very important services to continue.
I mean, we've done some back-of-the-envelope calculations on that number, 19,000 transactions, and our figuring is that $26 of increase would put you in the black.
And
but it's only 5 cups of coffee.
Yeah, that's right. And it's so simple, isn't it? But people make choices every day. They decide to use our service. And it's like anything you do when you buy anything, you want to pay $26 more or not. And if you decide, I won't, or I'll drive, or I'll do this, or I'll do that, that's what you do. And yes, $26 doesn't sound a lot, but actually, collectively it is. The business, just the environment we're in is really, really tough. If I could just get $26 more, that'd be great. I would do that.
Just on your original question too around who uses the service. So pre-COVID, it was actually 50-50 split between business and leisure. So a lot of family, a lot of community using the service, especially a lot of community that are further east of Whakatane. And now with the schedule the way it is, unfortunately, a lot of that business traffic is having to, they don't want to, but they're having to travel out of other ports because the timings just don't work for them. I think that's why it's really important. If we're going to make this thing work longer term, we've got to bring that back. And to my, what I've talked about with the beacon and the like is the, we have the aircraft, we can dedicate it. That's going to obviously attract some more costs because we've got to bring in, flight crews, set up the base again, but we're prepared to do all of those things. And I guess, we just need to see council meeting us halfway on that. As Bevan spoke to at the start, we're taking the increased loan off the table. We're not going to go and purchase an aircraft, so you can forget about that. I think last year when we put papers were put up to this council, you agreed on some things and not others. I guess what we're really asking for here is a similar approach. We feel that the 350k has well and truly been paid off in terms of what we've done for this region, so we just would like to see that acknowledged. It's an easy stop for you to not be charging us airport fees because you control that directly, and if we can meet on those points, then we can sit down and discuss what a commercial underwrite might look like. We need to develop the business case again because there was a business case developed in 2023. I've got emails to the effect from Bevan on that. It may not have said business case across the front, but all the work was done. So we just need to revitalise that and see if it's workable. If it's not, we shake hands, say goodbye. And but like I said at the start many times, I am very confident we can make this term. You've got to take a longer term view. As Craig said, conditions right now very, very tough for everyone, yourselves included. it is going to get better. What is this air service really going to look like in 5 years when we've got all these exciting things like population growth, business growth, interline connectivity and all the rest of it, and you've got a 34-seat aircraft that people really enjoy flying on. Yes, there are other airlines out there that, that can provide services. What was another key driver for Air Chathams to move to the bigger plane? There was a lot of people that would not travel on our Metroliners because they were too small. They love the Saab. We're getting really good feedback. There is a lot of indirect businesses associated with our air service. We get a lot of really amazing feedback from the new cafe that's been set up at the airport as well. I think that's doing incredible things, and they're getting to talk one-on-one with the people that use our service, and it shows the diversity of the Eastern Bay that uses it. So, yeah, thank you.
I've got questions from Councillor Dukes, Councillor James, Councillor Tanchos, Councillor Boynton and Councillor Puller, in that order.
Thank you. I'm asking questions based on the recommendations that are actually put in front of us. So thank you very much for us answering these hard questions that we're putting to you. But my question is that from what I've heard in your responses is that you're working in a difficult business environment. There's $20 million debt. You've had 36% increase in operating costs. So in the absence of a business case at the moment, what assurance would we have that if there was a loan provided, that it would be able to be serviced, the loan repayments, I mean?
I think what we're really talking about here at the moment is that that is where we need to go and look at it. We can't answer those questions immediately for you. We could answer them before because we did a lot of detailed work and it was a business case and everybody did know where it was and you didn't like the look of it because of the many other pressures that you people as responsible councillors have to look at. Now, I think the opportunities have improved. I think that there is a way out of the particular times that we're in right now. There is a lot of COVID fog or whatever you like to call it, but I think the economy is going to turn around. Inflation is under control. If we do the right things at the right time, there's all the you can have optimism that that it will give the results because it has given the results in the past. You know, there's plenty of models that says it could work. What we need to do really is we have time. We can do that. I'm not coming here and saying tomorrow I'm going to pull a pin on Whakatane. My wife and I have already. We don't want to do that, but we do need the opportunity to really sit down and decide what we really want it to look like and where it needs to go and how we need to work together to get there. And then after that, you can come together again as a group of people, and if it's something that you really value, those changes you really value, then we can all go together on it. That's pretty much the way I would look at it.
So I'd also just add that, you know, we're not asking for a loan. I think we do need to be clear on that. I know that was in that original paper, but I would strike that from your recommendations or whatever. And I'd also add that in 40 years, Air Chathams has never unsuccessfully serviced a loan, and that is to many different organisations, whether it be the Chatham Islands Enterprise Trust, whether it be the ASB, whether it be the ANZ, UDC. We've never defaulted on any loan. So if we took a loan, we know what we're taking on. We treat that seriously. But like I said, we're not asking for a loan. Unfortunately, that didn't make it into the paper.
Yes, and that's why I said at the start I can only ask questions based on what the recommendations were, because I had just picked up in your prior comment that you had said that you'd taken it out. So thank you for your response.
Councillor James.
Yeah, when you rescheduled with the Saabs, I mean, I understand the economic reasons why you did it, to get best use out of that aircraft. I did doubt, I thought it was going to go against losing your business flights, especially the early morning and But I mean, I used to use them pretty regularly a few years ago. If we were to give some commitment, like some commitment of what you're asking, when that commitment, I presume, would only be for the rescheduled business flights. And when, if that was the case, when would we see them start? So that, for us to get clarification on what we would commit to.
Yes, I think it has to be for the route. It can't just be specific to certain flights. And we would, you would hope that your business hour flights are obviously the ones that are going to be in higher demand. They're the ones that people are going to be prepared to pay more for. But it has to be to the route to the city pair, Auckland Whakatane. And I think, because I've also sat in governance roles too, you need to understand what you're signing up for, absolutely. So you need to put clear ring fences around that. So it's a 12-month commitment. That's, if it goes any more than that, it comes back to this table, it's discussed. What we also talked to Bevan and the consultant Dougal about previously was there needs to be a cap. So these are all things that we're now familiar with based on the funding that was received through central government in the ETC scheme, where there was a clear cap on funding. So maximum funding per month, week, whatever, so that again your council knows exactly what its liability is in this arrangement.
But when would we see the early morning flights?
Yeah.
Well, basically, if we can reach agreement with council, which is what we hope to do, and Craig wants to do, then it's just a case of us getting that aircraft back. Obviously, it's been utilised at the moment, and then we'd need to get the resourcing in terms of the flight crew, re-establish the base here, which we had with the Metroliner. And then obviously we'd need to promote it and make sure that people know those flights are coming back. I think everyone would be really excited by that, but we've got to do that part properly too, give it a reasonable lead time, 3 months to run that process, and then get people back on board.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Tanchos.
Thank you. I just want to preface my questions with just a note of appreciation for the fact that you came in at a time when Whakatane was losing our air service, and you've been part of this community and done a lot of good in this community since then. So I want to say thank you for that. But also acknowledging the Mayor's comment, that we're not a lending institution, we're a council and we have to administer ratepayers' money. And I note that you've done a survey of the the Chamber of Commerce, who are likely to be users of your airline, but I don't know that you've surveyed some of our poorer communities. We've got some of the poorest communities in the country, in our districts, and we're essentially, if we use ratepayer money to assist you, we're essentially asking some of the poorest people in the country to help support your business. So just wanting to put that in context. My question, Dwayne, is for you. You've been pretty aggressive in the local media. You could say a bit mischievous. Not sure about all the information you've put in. You've said that this report before us today is misleading, I think you described it as. Could you tell us what's misleading about this report?
Yeah, well, I think I talked a little bit about that earlier. Definitely not trying to be mischievous, Nandel. I did talk about it earlier in terms of the timeline. So some of those details in that timeline that was provided in the report in terms of money spent and what on and how that was done for Air Chathams. So I just wanted to set the record straight on that. I think that the way that the report has been structured, if I was in your shoes as a councillor, it would make it very challenging for me to support that. So again, we need to be clear with what is it that Air Chathams are actually here and asking for. And I do appreciate that Bevan did reach out and say, what is the ask? And I think, we talked about that last time I was here. I've subsequently had the opportunity to sit with Craig and the board and say, well, what would we be up for? Can we potentially reallocate this aircraft and therefore take that loan off the table? Because again, we do try and put ourselves in your shoes and say, if I was making this decision on behalf of my ratepayers, would I agree to it or not? We think that the loan is a bridge too far, and we understand that the LGFA can't support it anyway. We've been given that feedback. So really, it's been quite good in a lot of regards in terms of the community feedback on what they really want and need. And I appreciate not all of the community will use the air service or can afford to use the air service, but I think again with a longer term lens, you look at it and say, well, we know that connectivity is great for a region, whether it's road, rail, and I think air needs to be a part of that especially central government needs to look at a lot harder and go, we should be doing more in this space. We should be treating this as hard infrastructure like we do with the others, because the economic growth drivers that it brings are substantial, and of course they have a good positive impact on an entire community wherever you sit within it. Economic growth is a good thing. So yeah, certainly don't mean to be mischievous. I do believe that the report was written in a way that, again, very challenging for a councillor to support. So I guess the most recent comment that I made to the Beacon was that that's what we felt, but importantly, we want to get the relationship back on a good track. That's why Craig's here as well. This is important to us. I think we can do it. There is a way through, but it has to be shared. So we've got to think. Yep, not a great spot at the moment. Where can it be, and what does that mean for the district, and all of those good things that Air Chathams does in other regions as well.
Supplementary if I may. And I think acknowledging, regardless of how the report's written, this is a very challenging decision for us, and to allocate money towards an airline is a difficult thing for us to do. One of the things in the report on page 37, it talks about, sorry, let me just find it. It says that you've provided no formal business case with problem definition, financial information, forecasts, risks or options to council staff. And I know you've queried that. You've said that information has been provided, but the sense I've got over quite a number of years now is that getting clear financial information and forecasts has been challenging. So I suppose actually my question maybe is to Bevan. Dwayne has said that kind of information has been provided. Do you accept that? And my question is really, it's based on the position that to even consider support, financial support, we have to be clear that something's going to change, and it's not just not just pouring money into something that's running down. And so to understand and be confident that something is going to change, then we want to see some clear argument and forecasting as how that's going to happen. And you've said a lot today, but verbal stuff is not the same as having a clear report. So would you accept, Bevan, that information has been provided, or do you think what's stated in the report is accurate?
To have, in relation to this request, we have the slide pack that's appended. In relation to the previous request ahead of the introducing the sub to this route, we reached out, signed a non-disclosure agreement and sought information, and there was a lot of information sharing through that process, actuals and forecast. And that was for a 6-month period post implementation of the sub where we had access to that information.
I suppose it's kind of how that needs to be updated to relate to this particular proposal, I suppose, is the question. Thank you for that. The final thing I'm just going to ask, so I've now become a bit unclear what the ask is, and so what I've heard is that you're asking for us to forget the loan, to continue to waive the landing fees, and then continue to have a conversation. Is that what I heard, or am I missing something?
Yeah, so that's the, just to be clear, it's the $350,000 COVID loan that we're asking to be written off and recompense for everything that's happened, and the aeronautical fees, because that's something that's easily within your control now. I think that keeps us at the table. It allows us the time to put into the larger piece, which is, how do we bring back that dedicated aircraft? What's the timeline? What's it going to cost? What does an underwrite scenario potentially look like? But these are all things that Chathams is very willing to discuss and work positively with you on if you can agree to some relief now. And I'll just say too also, just for the record, we have reached out to Auckland Airport. We've advised them of the situation and we've asked if they can give relief as well for this route, and it looks positive based on the comments that I've had from them.
Just one quick thing is that the question's been raised about membership on the board. It does seem to me that an independent board member would be quite useful.
Can I just get a clarification on process? These recommendations that we have in front of us that we are voting on today, there was an error made in transcribing them here, in particular recommendation 2, which is what your ask is. Was that mistaken or not? I mean, I understood they came from you.
Yep, that's right. So that's the we spoke about that at the last workshop, but subsequently to that, especially with the the situation becoming public and having conversations around that, I spoke to Councillor Isles, and off the back of that, he said, "Well, this council just needs to know what your bottom lines are." And so I sent that to the councillor, and the councillor said, "I want you to send that and make it available to the CEO," which I've done. Unfortunately, the time didn't meet your board reporting timelines, so they weren't able to introduce it. But Bevan did speak to it at the start of the meeting.
May I suggest that if this ever happens again, that you go through a correct procedure, which is send it not just to the CEO but the Mayor as well, because I didn't see it till a day ago. There are processes here. I'm not big on processes, but these are formal processes where public money is involved, and that means that we've got to be rigorous. Thank you.
Understood.
Councillor Boynton.
Kia ora, mihi atu kia kōrua. I just also, actually, my first question is to Bevan. Bevan, after we had the initial meeting, and there was also another report brought forward to us in one of our other meetings around the running costs of the airport. Can you confirm in that report it said that since 2018 that we have ended up in a deficit of $3.5 million for the running costs of the airport?
Yeah, that's probably reasonably accurate understanding. We have an invoice for the Ministry of Transport for 50% of that, which sits at around 1.6, so it's not far off.
So, a supplementary. So, when it comes to the income that we receive from the airport, would that be the fees? Would that be some kind of revenue to assist or to try and keep the debt down of the running of the airport?
Yeah, that's correct. So the revenue for the airport is a combination of landing fees and then some non-aeronautical fees from sort of grazing leases for hangars and ground leases.
So if those things were waived, we'd get further into debt? Is that correct? Correct. I just want to thank you for that, Bevan. Can I?
We're pushing the clock,
Okay.
and I need to let Steve get in. So if
All right. Yep. Oh, I just have one more question, please.
No.
It was two. I just wanted to, the original hui that we had with you, the proposal was what's in the report, which was that the request to waiver the loan of $350,000, that waiver the landing fees, and also the $3 million loan for the other plane or other costs. When that works out to be about $3.8 million, and also too, it would cost another $250,000 a year in terms of the extra costs involved. When you put that forward, why didn't you mention that when you went to the media and to the public and said that the council would not support you?
So which part specifically, sorry? Do we not?
The amount, the proposal that you have put forward of $3 million plus the wavering of, so in total $3.8 million.
Yeah. So I think, I mean, we've talked a lot about the loan, and so, again, to be clear, that's not what we're asking for. So we're not asking for that. And I think, to your other point, we're talking to Bevan around the costs of running the airport and the debt associated, that we absolutely sympathise with small regional airports that are predominantly owned by district councils, local entities, and they are all, for the most part, loss-making infrastructure assets. And the only point I want to make on that is I think that New Zealand needs to do better. I think that the importance of those infrastructure assets from a civil defence resilience point of view is really, really high, and they are underfunded currently. And I think that relying on local councils to prop them up is not the correct model. So I just want to make that point. And I'm hopeful that things will be happening in that space, or are underway in terms of reassessing how that can be done better, and potentially even how that can flow through into ensuring air services into those ports as well for regional connectivity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, our Chief. We've got a sort of a 2-hour limit before we have to pass a resolution, so I'm trying to slip it in before 11. Our Chief Executive wants to clarify one point.
Yeah, quick point.
And then we adjourn for morning tea.
Yeah, quick point of clarification on the recent email. It was forwarded, Dwayne forwarded it to myself and Bevan after the two councillors that had received it from Dwayne had gone back to him and said, you should forward it to the Chief Executive. And we received that on Friday, 5:01 p.m. And I responded to Dwayne on Tuesday and saying that the agenda was already public. I haven't read the email, but Dwayne acknowledged that receipt of the follow-up email I sent to him on Tuesday. So it hasn't been sent to me directly, just clarifying that.
Well, thank you, everybody. We'll adjourn for morning tea and come back at 11:15. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming and subjecting yourselves to interrogation. Thanks very much. Welcome back, everybody. Just before I ask for a mover and a seconder for the first part, for these recommendations, Bevan would like to ask one last question, so I'll allow that.
Yeah. Thank you. There were some really great questions in there, and you can see a lot of care from Craig and Dwayne, so I'd just like to acknowledge that. I agree with the statement that you mentioned, Craig, about there is a way out. There was a lot of real good facts and information that were surfaced from the various questions, so I just kind of wanted to reiterate them, which will help us to or help councillors to make the decision. So prior to operating the Saab aircraft, you had 4 Metroliner aircraft, which were reasonably dedicated to the Whakatane to Auckland route.
Whatever you do, you've got to have resilience. So if you just have one aircraft to do the job, you haven't got resilience. So that other 3 aircraft were servicing the Chatham Islands on freight, and also freight up and down the country, live crayfish, charter work, all sorts of things like that. But unfortunately, so that's the problem you have. So you can't have an aircraft or an aircraft only. And that's why we had to make decisions. Was it going to be Saabs? Because we've got multiple Saabs. All those Saabs can also operate to all other points, including the Chatham Islands.
Yep.
And on freight and passengers as well. So, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, thank you. That answered the question.
Yeah.
So our understanding was that you had enough aircraft to serve the other routes, and you mentioned three Saabs, including the 340B. Was that accurate?
That's correct. Now, what we probably did go back a wee bit.
Is that the question you're asking now, like how many aircraft we have now? Or?
No. I was just trying to sort of go through a bit of a journey. So
that's right. So
most of them will be
when we were coming to you last year, we didn't have the resources with the Saab to do the same schedule that you had with the Metro. Also, it was going to take time to make it work anyhow, and we're at the very worst time to ever try and make it work. Right now, we've been able to be successful with the bank. We actually have an extra aircraft, and even though it seems really, really bad now, inflation is under control, confidence is coming back in many areas, relationships with Air New Zealand have been formed, central government are looking at connectivity very positively. This is the time to put the investment now into doing what I think will be a very valuable asset to you. These things have only changed over the last 3 months.
So thank you. That's yes, you had 3 other Saabs. When you sold the Metroliners, you purchased 4 Saab aircraft out of Australia. One of them a passenger aircraft, whilst the other 3 were fitted out as freight. One of those is used to service the freight industry now, and the other one is the other 2 remaining aircraft are sort of scavenging to support the fleet. And your passenger aircraft, and one of those was a passenger fitted out aircraft. So which makes up your 5 existing Saab aircraft?
That's right. So if we had the 3, 2 of those aircraft could be quick changed into freighters. We were able to add another passenger aircraft, but and the reason we brought that package out of Rex was to again resilience. You just couldn't buy engines. You couldn't get engines overhauled. You ever heard about? You know that Air New Zealand's got about 5 or 6 aircraft on the ground now because of supply chain issues. These are real issues. So we took opportunities to purchase aircraft that had become available in Australia to maintain that resilience. but we still had the same number of operating aircraft that we could use, plus a freighter that was needed for Chatham Islands.
Thank you.
But
Certainly sounds logical.
But we had to sell the B model. We had to sell one of our Saabs. That was a bank condition.
Yep.
And
So at that time, you'd asked council to provide financial support, which isn't too dissimilar to the current request, and the request was based on operating the Saab on the existing sort of schedules in the morning. Following the meeting, where council agreed to provide some of that financial support in the form of 70,000 of marketing funding and landing fee relief for 6 months, but didn't choose to provide the revenue underwrite. You made the decision to accept the financial support, but changed the schedule and share an aircraft between Kapiti and Whakatane. So on the face of it, it looks like you had 2 additional Saab aircraft that could have provided that dedicated service or that business service when most of the travellers wanted to use it, but needed to make a different decision because of, I guess, maintenance and fleet management?
no, we didn't have any extra aircraft to put an aircraft dedicated into here. So when you overnight an aircraft, that pretty much ties up an aircraft. So one was overnight in Kapiti, one was overnighted in Wanganui. Now, if I put another aircraft and overnighted it here as well, then I wouldn't be able to maintain my fleet, because you just can't run 3 aircraft 7 days a week and expect to be able to maintain them. So you always have to have another aircraft that's available to be rotated through for that. We would have just failed in all ports if we'd have done that.
Thank you. So I guess it goes back to the previous context where I asked about the financial support that you're asking for was on the basis that you were going to operate a Saab out during the business hours. Was that never able to be delivered potentially?
If I can jump in.
I think you need to get in there.
Because obviously we spoke a lot through that period, right? So a couple of things there. Yes, we bought the Rex aircraft. Yes, we've talked about why we did that. I think that transaction finished sort of July, August. And then we needed to do our own bridging maintenance before we could bring that fleet in. So we had to, it actually ended up taking quite a lot longer than we thought because the Rex, Rex Airlines had a different maintenance program than we had at Air Chathams. So it took a lot longer to get both the dedicated freight aircraft and the passenger plane through. So it wouldn't have met that original timeline anyway. However, if council had agreed to an underwrite at that point, what we would have done is we would have run our 3 Saabs across the 3 networks, so you would have had the dedicated aircraft here. We would have been comfortable enough to do that for a short period of time, knowing that other aircraft was coming in. So that was the investment that we were, looking for support from. When so council agreed for, some marketing funding and some aeronautical, airport fee relief. And so we looked at that and we thought, well, we've really got a decision here. The decision is, do we withdraw the service on the back of the Metro's being retired, which was that November 2023 date, or do we look at our existing North Island schedule into Wanganui and Kapiti, see if we can change some timings around so that we can then free up a Saab to try our best to meet those early and late flights, with effectively 2 return flights per weekday. Obviously, that's the decision we took, and I remember talking to you at the time and saying, well, what we'll do is we'll run this until March and then we'll come and have a chat. We didn't come and have that chat then. We sort of pushed on for another year. It wasn't great in March, as you know, and it certainly wasn't great a year later. And so I think that's really got us to the point we were at today, where it's like, we know, the community knows that the schedule you've got right now isn't meeting the market. So, it would be a foolish errand to keep that up. Got to bring the dedicated plane back. We know what that takes, and it's just how we make that work.
Yep, thank you. So from your slide pack, you've identified you've lost $1 million over the last 2 years, which equates to about $500,000 a year. What we are asking for is financial support, or what that relates to for 16,000 ratepayers is $31 a ratepayer. Based on 16,000, you said in your got on your slide pack 19,000 passengers, so that equates to an increase in price by $26. You talked about when the schedule was most profitable, running the business hours, you were doing 27,000 passengers a year. That would equate to an $18.50 increase in fares to cover that cost. When you look at the pricing slide that you've provided, over the course of that timeline, you started out at $140 a seat on an average price. It peaked at $160, and now it's down to $120. So I think there's certainly real opportunity bringing back that business schedule where we know that there is a lot of business support for it. And I think if you're aiming to get back up to that sort of 27,000 number, most of those people would be happy to pay $18 to $20 more a seat versus some of the poorest parts of our community having to pay $31 additional a year.
Was there a question? I mean, I can talk to that. I agree with most of what you just said, Bevan, to be honest. Bringing back the business flight means that you can increase the yield across those specific services. I would be cautious using the 19,000 figure because obviously that's an off-peak schedule which is reduced from what was 3 return flights a day to 2. So we would need to look at what a dedicated aircraft and then what that schedule would be, and would have to be quite deliberate in terms of the times of the amount of frequency per day of the week that we offer. But we're already doing quite a bit of work around that. So aircraft's dedicated here, business flights come back. Do we drop some of the frequency on some of the lower demand days and then increase it on others? There's been a lot of commentary around the loss of the Saturday services, so having a really good hard look at that. But yeah, I think what you're saying, if I'm reading it correctly, is it's not too out the gate to propose that we could increase the fares by that amount to get us to at least a break-even level. The ratepayer one is probably really more for you and council to sort of work through that. I mean, that does sound like a little bit, if I'm being honest. And of course, that's based on, I would say, that initial worst case scenario. You would want to see the route improving, and you'd want to be reporting very clearly on that so that you can see that liability on the community is reducing also. And that's why I think you must set very clear terms around how long that support goes for, how it's reported on, and then obviously if it's not working, then you just need to accept that. But again, very, very confident, 40 years of running airlines, that we can make it work.
I wasn't going to ask any more questions, but since he's led me to it, the graph on page 51 has got an orange line, which is the number of flights. I'm sorry, we can't put it up. And the blue line with dots, which is tracking in a band between 2,500 and 3,000 seats. And it doesn't matter if you've reduced your flights, that band has remained constant. It fluctuates within the band. That's very curious to me. It's suggesting that whatever flight schedule you've used, it's had essentially no impact on your seat numbers. If I interpret this graph, which is poorly done actually, I have to say, you might have to come for some lessons on how to do a proper graph. But anyway, is that a reasonable interpretation of that graph?
Sorry, Mayor, can you just tell me which page?
Maybe, look, we'll do this another time. I think we better move into...
sorry, you're talking about total flights and seat capacity. What was the point you were trying to make there?
I'm trying to make that your throughout that time period, the number of seats that you've occupied has remained constant, even though your number of flights has reduced. Your number of flights has halved, but the passengers you're carrying has remained constant.
Yeah, because you've got a 18-seater and you've moved to a 34-seater. So you've got more seats, but you've got less flights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is suggesting to me that it's the same people travelling, if it was a business thing. But anyway, it's a never mind.
No, so you've gone from an 18-seat aircraft to a 34-seat aircraft, so your capacities remain the same, but you don't have to operate as many flights. And I think the key point there is the flights that we are operating aren't at the times that this community wants. So that's impacted it. And around the pricing as well, I think we've got to talk to the fact that because you're offering an off-peak schedule, and it's like if you go and look at Air New Zealand's website and you look at some of their off-peak travel times, some of those fares are great, aren't they? You try and look at the business hours ones and it's not so great. It's the same here. And then you add to that the fact that we've been in this recessionary environment really for the last couple of years, and that's also had an impact on what people are prepared to pay.
I'm not sure you quite got... Never mind, it doesn't matter. Just pretend I didn't ask. I think we've got to the debate phase here. I need a mover and a seconder. We'll take it bit by bit. At least the first of these recommendations is to receive the report. So can I have a mover and a seconder? Mover, Councillor Ives, seconder, Deputy Mayor? Yes. All those in favour? Right. Now, recommendation 2 was delivered to us as a package, for whatever the circumstances were, and it's presented as a package because it's saying that has made the following requests on the basis that they are required. They are required, they're all required to operate their previous successful schedule. Now, in the room, there might be some appetite to, rather than take these all in one chunk, as I was proposing to do it piecemeal. What do people think?
I would support that because the loan has been taken off the table, so that was a definite no from me for that one, which meant I would have had to vote no for all of them. So I would prefer to have them piecemeal if possible.
I'll leave them as they are. We can just vote them down if you don't agree with them. Yeah? Okay then, we're going that way. So recommendation 2 is a Whakatane District Council note that Ed Chathams has made the following requests on the basis that they are required for them to operate their previous successful flight schedule to Auckland. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the write-off of the $350,000 loan? A mover, a seconder and a seconder. So Deputy Mayor and Councillor Jukes. Is there any debate on that one? Councillor Tanchos.
Do you want to go first? As the mover. I don't support this recommendation. What I would support is the conversion to the redeemable shares on the basis that essentially it would extend an interest-free loan indefinitely, but it can be called by council with 6 months' notice. And I think that would, in my view, that would provide some with relief without unduly hurting our ratepayers. So I'll be opposing this with a view that we move them to redeemable shares.
There might be other options on, if we don't write it off, there might be other options. So why don't we just vote on as it is, and that can come as a separate discussion at another time?
Yeah, it'll come back as a separate paper.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
Yep,
Otherwise, everyone might have a different idea of what to do. So let's go around sequentially. So Councillor Jukes.
So I was actually involved in the discussions at the time when we granted that $350,000 loan, and it was a loan because of the COVID times. And I think if I have to be honest, that I don't think we really did have any expectation that it was likely to actually be repaid at the time, at the discussions. We needed to keep the airline going, we wanted to keep it going, and it was hopeful that it may be able to be repaid, which was why it was set up as a loan, but I don't think we had the expectation that it would actually be repaid. If it doesn't go ahead, I will support the redeemable preference shares option. but I am happy to have the loan written off.
If it was intended to be a grant, then it would have been documented as a grant. It's here as a loan, and it needs to be paid back, so I'm supporting it. I'm not supporting writing off the loan.
Tony?
Oh, kia ora. Initially, I suppose I was concerned for our ratepayers. I mean, there is a lot of pressure on our ratepayers at the moment, and writing off this loan. But, you know, I'm glad to hear that the other 3 million that was asked for, which was even more scary for our ratepayers, is now off the table. I probably would be supportive of maybe partial amount of the 350 loan being written off, and working together in the short to medium term with Air Chathams to see what other options are available in regards to support, whether that's support in how things are going with the business or within shares or other options, because we have to make it work. Okay, thanks.
Can we just say a vote on whether to write it off or not, and then with a potential other option?
Oh, sorry.
So you...
Well, if I understand the way it works is that if there is a no to this, then you are able to introduce another option. Okay.
Okay, so it's a no.
Thanks.
Oh, yes to write off, yep. Councillor?
Yeah, I'll vote yes to write. I'll vote no to writing it off. I believe it's a loan that needs to get paid back. It's ratepayers' money. I'm okay with maybe requesting they pay it back at $50,000 a year, but it needs to be paid back. It's ratepayers' money, not ours.
I've got you, yep. Councillor Rangiaho?
I don't choose to do this one by one. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble. I'm just going to say no
Okay,
to the whole lot.
Just vote no to all of them, that's
Yep.
fine. Yep.
I'm going to vote no to the lot.
I'd like to see the loan extended.
Yeah, likewise, I'd like to see us go back and maybe find another solution to it.
I'm a no.
And I'm a no, but potentially open to, you know, another option. But at the moment, it's a no on that one, and we'll take that. And Councillor Puller, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. In light of information that we haven't been privy to, I'm wondering whether we should be withdrawing those resolutions and starting again. But the answer to your question, I think we should extend the loan. But I really think there's an opportunity to rethink this, and so without burying the third dead in the ground, we should have a think about what the other options are.
Yeah, so you're basically saying no to a write-off, but open to other options. So all those who are a no for a write-off, please raise their hands, but potentially open to another option. Okay. Okay, so that's unanimous. Okay. All right, thank you. Well, almost.
Well,
it
the
was
question he asked was no,
No.
but open to other options. I'm not open to other options.
Okay, so it's a no to other options.
It's no point blank.
All right, that's fair enough. We got it. The next one is provide 12 months relief from landing fees and charges with the option to extend if route viability is still poor. Councillor Dukes. Okay, all those in favour of providing landing fees and charges relief, please raise your hands.
There's two questions. One is landing relief and the other one is the timeframe. I think I'd be willing to go for 6 months and then review at that stage.
Are you going to put an amendment?
Yeah, I'll put an amendment, please.
Okay, Councillor Tanchos has raised an amendment. Can I have a seconder for that? Yes, there is a seconder. So can we now have a show of hands for the amended? Or do you want to debate it? Yeah, okay, right, it's open for debate.
Well, I'll just make the comment that I understand there's some interest in calling for some expressions of interest to look at options, and I think what a extension will do is provide Air Chathams with some relief during that period of time, allow them to keep operating, but it's a short duration, and so it allows us to kind of review at that stage.
Yep. So, right, any other debate? Yes, Councillor James.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. I agree with Councillor Tanzos. 6 months, in that 6 months, I'd like to see commitment from Air Chathams that the new business schedule would be looking at coming on board, and then we could review the landing fees again then.
Councillor Dukes.
Thanks. Yes, I also agree. I mean, we do need to get our airport to being profitable. So there is a very short time frame that we can have, no landing fees, because it's putting more of a burden onto our ratepayers who can't afford it either. So I would be more supportive of 6 months than 12.
Yeah, I'm not in favour of going to 6 months, and the reason is the whole seasonality of the year, and I think Air Chathams would probably need to have a busy summer season coming in to counter in the number of people that might use it at the tail end of the year rather than the first 6 months.
Then can I have a show of hands for the amendment proposed by Councillor Tanchos?
What are we voting on?
On the amended number 2, recommendation 2, shortening the 12 months to 6. Not carried.
John.
He didn't put his hand up. John, are you in agreement?
Yes.
Yes, so there you go.
For
Did you understand what we're voting on?
Yes, the landing fees for a 6-month period.
Yep,
That's the amendment.
then that's carried. Okay, so that's carried. Okay, thank you. Now, we're at the end. Okay, yeah. When,
Please, through the chair, could you just raise your hands if you want it recorded against?
okay, so I now need a substantive motion, I'm told, which is just repeat what we just did, essentially. So all those who indicated that in favour of the amendment, could they please raise their hands again? Well, it's just a substantive motion, which is just a repeat. And John, yeah. All right, thank you. Item number Roman numeral 3, enter into a 50-50 profit and loss share agreement after direct and apportion costs on the Auckland to Whakatane route. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor has moved.
I'm quite happy to.
You want to move in a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to.
Okay, so it moved and seconded, moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Isles. Open for debate. Councillor Dukes?
I can't support this recommendation, I'm afraid. We are accountable for ratepayers' money, and it's like writing a blank cheque. So even if we capped it, I really just couldn't support a profit share loss, sorry.
Councillor O'Brien?
Mr Chairman, I'm going to vote no to this. It hasn't made a profit for a while, so what you're really voting for, say yes to this, is you're voting for the ratepayers' money to be poured into a private company. And I think we've supported them enough over the last 10 years, so I'm voting no.
Councillor O'Brien? No. Councillor Boynton?
Yes, I share the same concerns in regards to we have to make wise decisions with the ratepayers' money. So unfortunately, I won't be supporting.
Councillor Tangshaws?
I agree with Councillor Dukes' comments.
No. Yep.
No. No, Your Worship, I can't support number 3. I want to acknowledge, though, that well, perhaps I'm just going to leave it at that for now, do I? No.
Yeah, you can have your word at the end.
Later on, I'll write a reply.
Councillor Jones?
Yeah, no, I'll vote no on it too, but I'd like to see us revisit it at a later stage.
No.
No, okay, so that's carried. All right, so that takes care of 2, 3. Oh, John, sorry. Are you there?
Yes, I am, Your Worship. I think we've got to have more discussion, and I'd hate for us to be just shutting the door flat out, really. I think there's more to be talked about here, and I think we're almost closing the door on Chathams, and I don't think we should. That doesn't answer your question, but profit sharing, I think, is got to work 2 ways, and we need to have more of an insight into the running of the business, really. Thank you.
Do I take that as a no then, or a yes?
That's a sit on the fence.
Abstain, okay, I can handle that. All right, yeah, no.
It's difficult because we're going to come up with other options, aren't we?
All right, anyway, I'm a no. All right, we're now at 2.4, provide additional loan funding to secure a dedicated Saab 340 aircraft with an estimated value of
Did we vote?
2.6.
Did we count a vote? Sorry.
We'll vote on it because it's there, but I think I know where. Eh? Yeah, that's what I'm doing, yeah. I mean, so for that item 2.4, can I have a mover and a seconder? Move Councillor Isles, seconded. Deputy Mayor. So any commentary, debate? Councillor Dukes?
I think it's probably going to be unanimous no, and it's been pulled off the table anyway, so
Yeah.
I think it's the
right.
easiest vote of the day.
All those not in favour of that one, please raise your...
What are we?
Not to provide the loan?
A no.
A negative, no, yeah, okay.
It's a double negative.
All those in favour, please say aye. Or raise your hands, it's easier.
All those in favour?
All those in favour of 2.4?
John Paula.
None. John Puller, okay. Oh, hang on, he's gone. Are you in favour of recommendation 2.4, John?
No, I thought I thought you were saying no. So.
Okay, no, you're right, I just confused it. All right, so that's unanimous then.
Oh, those against, we should have a show of hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, those against? Yep. All right, thank you for that.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if you should note that resolution, that requirement was actually withdrawn.
Yeah, no, we it's understood. It will be noted, yep.
Thank you.
So we're at item recommendation 3, that Whakatane District Council deliberate and decide. Well, we've taken it in pieces now. I'm not sure we need to do anything with that. That's kind of defunct. All right, so we're at recommendation 4. The Whakatane District Council note that the previous council papers and workshop discussions have been in the public excluded due to commercial sensitivity, and the Chief Executive has approved that those papers and discussions now be moved into the public forum, exclude the financial information under non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, with Air Chathams. This is because Air Chathams' proactive public release. So can I have a mover and a seconder? Mover, Councillor James, seconder, Councillor Isle. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you very much. Are there any debate on any of that? We can, no, I don't think it's,
Just ask a question.
I think we're done.
I thought that we were going to be looking at forming a resolution
Possibly.
for the
Yep.
future ability to come up with other options.
Okay, well, the suggestion has been made that the council direct staff to prepare an extension of, an expression of interest to the market for an Auckland and Wellington business schedules service offering for consideration. So is there feeling in the room that that is meritorious or merits consideration?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that is a recommendation.
Can we, yeah.
Can we
That the
read
council-
it and give us a moment to think?
Yeah, that the council direct staff to prepare an expression of interest to the market for an Auckland and Wellington business schedule service offering for consideration. And we're going to the market for an expression of interest for that.
Inclusive of second.
Debate it.
Yeah, we've had a mover and a seconder, so it's open for debate. Move Councillor Dennis, seconder Councillor O'Brien.
Can I speak to that?
You can speak to it.
Thank you. Your Worship, look, we haven't finished with Air Chats. I think it's a bit premature to be introducing another recommendation or another possible flight options until such time as we have worked through the recommendations that have been tabled here today, to which some of us supported, some haven't. And I really felt that we were going through these recommendations to get a bit of an overview as to where we stood with regards to the existing service that Air Chats are providing to Whakatane before we go, or before we bring to the table another option excluding or possibly including Air Chats. But I'd like to speak to those recommendations, if I may.
Well, we've already done the...
Well, we have, but I thought I had the right of reply when I...
Oh, yeah, okay, you take the right of reply, but this is now on the table, so you can just vote it down, that's fine.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, can we
Okay,
conclude this
have your
one
right of
first,
reply.
if you don't mind? And what...
I thought we did, but
Well,
anyway.
No. Again, I would like to think that Air Chats came to our rescue in 2015, and I know the Mayor of the day, Tony Bond, extensively canvassed the whole of New Zealand to get an airline to provide us with literally a Whakatane to Auckland service. Air Chats came out of the woodwork and supported us. Okay, we've had COVID times. COVID has intervened and again, Whakatane, Kapiti and Wanganui have come to the party and supported Air Chats with those loans. Now that has been debated today as to whether we write it off or whatever. I support that we extended, that we gave you or we give you the opportunity to see if we can improve the service. I reached out to Dwayne last week to ask him what his bottom line was. I didn't reach out to ask him what his bottom line was with regard to council's involvement, because again, I'm very aware of what the ratepayer can actually afford. What I wanted to do was to canvass or lobby business to see if there was any support out there, knowing full well that the Ngāti Social Services, Horizon, Energy that I lobbied said that they were great supporters and users of the service. But with the defunct SARB service, they had to make alternative arrangements by travelling to Rotorua or Tauranga. So it was on that basis that, again, when I read the report and to see what your conditions are, I would like to think that we could, as a council, reach out to you with a couple of those recommendations and see if there's a way forward with air chats as we've known it since 2015, and hopefully reintroducing those business flights which were our lifeline.
Thank you, Councillor Isles. I mean, look, we've voted on a series of recommendations, but we're not burying air chats. Those discussions, nothing precludes that from continuing.
Okay.
That's the way I see it anyway. Insofar as this additional resolution about searching for expressions of interest, there seemed to be some interest around the table to actually consider it, and we had a mover and a seconder.
Hand up to talk.
Yep, well, you can talk to that.
Oh.
Yeah. And John, okay.
Thank you. I tend to agree with Councillor Isles. I think that we need to give air chats some time to digest our decision and come back with options that might work with the information that they now have, updated timetables and anything, before we took this next step. And I'm a bit of a process person. I would rather see it come back with a proper report rather than something's just tabled to us now where I haven't had a chance to digest it. But I think in fairness to air chats, we need to have discussions with them. So I support what Councillor Isles has said.
So my understanding is that the expression of interest will be shared with Air Chathams as well? Thank you.
Thank you. I support this recommendation. I think, again, just to acknowledge again, that I think Air Chathams has done a great deal in coming into our community and supporting our community, not just with flights, but in various community things as well. So I think it's important to acknowledge that. The business has been struggling with the Whakatane routes now for a while, and that's really clear. Struggling to lift its head above water, but I think there is potential for renewal, and we've heard today, with the new schedule that services the business community, I think, there is potential there. So I think it's allowing Air Chathams to kind of do a bit of a reset and have a think about a clear plan to become viable again in this area. What needs to be in place for them to be viable, and that may well include, as Councillor Isles has said, working with other parties. And I think an energetic council and with some mayoral leadership, could work with other parties to see if we can bring something, put something together, and we could play more of a facilitative role than a funding role. I think that would be more appropriate for us as a council. But I think also that the expressions of interest would allow us to understand what other options are, to see what other airlines would see it would require to be viable in this market. And I think that would be useful perspective for us as a council. So I support it.
I'm a bit unsure really, because I know that we've given 6 months in waivering the fees to be able to support Air Chathams, but I also understand the sort of satellite businesses and groups who are connected to the airport as well, and what that whole service does for them and how it supports income and how it supports jobs that are peripheral to Air Chathams. So there is part of the community connection with the continuation of the operation of the airport and the flight services. So I am mindful of that and what damage there could be if there's just a short and sharp see you later kind of thing. So I do support a way of working forward with Air Chathams and looking at what kind of solutions that could be done in terms of picking up on the Minister of Transport to be able to look at what regional deals can be supported, whether it's with Air Chathams or later on down the track with someone else. Okay.
My understanding of this expression of interest, that it would incorporate these other attempts to investigate the support of business and all of the rest of it.
It just seems quite cutting, that's all. Just, still got a awhi.
Councillor Dennis.
I'll wait for last reply, thank you.
Okay, I would support. Oh, did you want a question, Wilson? Okay.
Discussion.
I would support the recommendation. One of the things that I hold dear kia tātou is ko te kupimana o te tangata is the integrity of a man's word. And that's something that I see, that when you cannot uphold what has been put into place, then that kind of sends out a signal that, that integrity is not worthy of discussion. So I'm going to go, that's why I've said no. I think it's important that when you put something down that you uphold and you keep to your word. So I'm supporting the recommendation to go out, which is inclusive of e-chats, just to be kind.
While I have no issue in going out for expressions of interest in that, I would still like to see us work further with air chats before we go to take that step. I think they've been here for 10 years, they've supported us. I think we need to give them a bit of a shot to see what we can come up with.
While I did vote no, if it was all in one package, I was going to vote no. And while I did vote no for them individually, I do think it's a fair process for the gentleman to be able to digest all the questions and the responses and discussions around the table. So while I do support the recommendation, I also think we should be giving your Chathams the first consideration.
Okay, so... Yeah,
John.
Gavin, John, yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't support that. I see that as a slap in the face, really. You don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think there's a willingness there now from Air Chats to have further discussion, and I think we should follow that through. And it's all about working relationship and partnerships, really. So let's do that first, and then if we can't get there, then you'd go out for expressions of interest. Thank you.
Just as the right of last reply, I just want to say that we're all very grateful for Chathams Air. Chathams Air came in when no one else did. Chathams Air went through the whole thing of COVID with us, but we've spent a heck of a lot of money helping to prop them up their route. What I'm mindful of is last time Dwayne came in to speak us, he came in as a pretty hard line. We have to do this or else they're out. He's gone to the papers behind our backs and put out surveys. He's the one that brought it out of public excluded, and it was going to be this or nothing. Now he's changed the tune, and I think that the sands keep shifting. And so I agree we need to be reasonably loyal to Air Chats, and so I would like to see discussions continue, but I think we need to go out and see what else is out there too. And maybe when we make our final decision, there'd be a bias towards Chats because they have been reasonably good to us. But be aware that the sands keep shifting. So I'm going to be in favour of this motion.
My sense of it is that the motion has support, but I'll ask for a show of hands who support the motion. Who supports it? That the council direct staff to prepare an expression of interest to the market for an Auckland and Wellington business schedule service offering for consideration. It's not ruling anything else off. I don't see a downside to it. It's just exploring the market a bit more.
Except they don't have a current Wellington route anyway.
Yeah, but I don't think it rules anything out. I mean, Air Chat's not disappearing into the wild blue yonder. So can I have a show of hands for that support for that motion? So with me, it makes 6. John has said no, I think. John, you're not voting for that motion, are you?
No, I've said no.
Okay, so
Thank
it's
you.
6 and carried. All those against? 4.
Would you like your vote recorded against?
She was 4.
Thank you.
Well, I think we've come to the end of this section. Gentlemen, I'll just say a few words to wind up. This has been a pretty heady kind of meeting. I don't think anybody at this table wants to see us lose an airline. But we are a public service institution and we're here to serve the public, all of the public. We are not an airline, it's a cutthroat business. It's a difficult business to make money in, especially in provincial air services. And I really do think that rather than us subsidising it, it should be central government that comes to the party with its big chequebook. I think we need to do more along the lines of advocating to them. But anyway, that's not on the agenda. But, I ask myself the question a lot as to if I support all of this subsidy, then why wouldn't I support an engineering business that supports the mills and the sawmills and all of that if they're doing it tough? I would have to say I should support them too. We're not an airline. We're here to do basic infrastructure first and then other amenities or whatever. But we have to look at the entire ratepayer base who benefits. So I think that, we would all love to support Air Chats and I think we need to do more advocacy to central government because it really is an abrogation of its responsibilities. It pulled out, Air New Zealand pulled out, it's 51% government owned, and it's all designed to make profit, but I think to support the 7 or 8 airlines, provincial airlines we have would be a drop in the bucket for them, really. So I think we have to work harder on that, but anyway, that's my view. But thank you very much, and it looks like we haven't finished with you yet, it seems. But thank you for coming and thank you for subjecting yourselves to the grilling. Thanks, guys. We are, is there an appetite to carry on or appetite? We could probably do the next one.
I think we could. I think policies and bylaws is reasonably
Straightforward.
fast and the team is here.
Okay. Yep, that should be enough. Yep. Policies and bylaws, pages 57 to 65.
Your Worship, if I could just take the opportunity to introduce the report writer, Hawaiki Madden. This is her first time presenting to Council or Committee. She's a strategic policy analyst in our team. And with her today is Sarah Ellis, who you will know, but I just want to recognise that Sarah is now the team leader for strategy in that space. So Hawaiki now reports to Sarah. Over to you, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Lainey. Kia ora tātou. We take the report as read. The purpose of this report is to provide Council with an update on our policy and bylaw work program for the upcoming year. Some key things to highlight from the report is that...
Could you bring the microphone closer?
Sorry, is that better?
But you can lift it up.
Sorry. Good progress on the policy and bylaw work program update has been made. The diversity, equity and inclusion policy was adopted in March 2025. The review for the procurement and gambling policy is well underway, and you will be hearing more on these through separate papers on today's agenda. As you will note from Table 2 of the report, we are commencing bylaw reviews for 5 separate bylaws simultaneously, and we will look to bring these to briefing later in the year. We now pass back to the Chair for any discussion.
Right, any questions for the ladies? Councillor Boynton and then Councillor Dennis.
It's just on page 58 with the gambling and policy class 4 venues. I wasn't sure about the date there. It's got 05/23/25. So not sure if that's meant to be the other way round, that's all. Or if we've gone American.
I think it's gone American.
Okay. That's right. Thank you.
Councillor Dennis and then Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. In regard to the bottom on page 58, electronic surveillance CCTV policy, why are we reviewing this when we don't even get to view them? We just put them in and then it belongs to someone else? Or are we also talking about some of the CCTV on council buildings rather than the big new ones we put in?
Thank you. So that policy is currently on our website. It's in conjunction with New Zealand Police. So the policy has quite a broad overview, and there has been some legislative change since our adoption. So in terms of that review, we are working with staff across the organisation, and so the review is quite complex, so that's going through its process at the moment. Like most reviews with policies where there are changes to be made, we will bring this to council briefing, and that is anticipated we will do that at a later stage.
Just supplementary one, please. On page 59, the Eastern Bay of Plenty Joint Local Alcohol Policy, we've completed it. Are we now saying that we're going to relook at it? Because obviously it was due for review. We only did it for a year. It's due for renewal 2 years ago. Are we now starting the process again?
So we're not starting the process again as yet. We are still going through the appeals process and awaiting further updates. So,
I thought why are we going through the appeals process? I thought that we agreed on what it was before the 3 other councils, and we put a limited time on it. And so that then after the government changed the rules, we would go back and relook at it. So why is it going through appeals?
I can see Mr Padilla there.
All right, I'm just trying to remember back to my general manager days. From memory, you might have to help me out. We adopted it and it was appealed by one of the supermarkets, and we are just working through. And I think we had a workshop with council and and PX on our strategy for that appeal approach, and have given that guidance back to the staff of the 3, so that's the 3 councils involved in that, and it's currently sitting with their side to come back, with a response.
And as to the time frame you mentioned, Councillor Dennis, we're still within that window. So if there are, that time hasn't run out yet. So if and when it does before that process has finished, then you have an opportunity to review your approach and potentially start over if you then wish to.
But you can't continue that process because if after the change is made, that original hearings, etc., was done under the old law, not the new one. So you'd have to abandon it and start again. I thought that's what we agreed on.
Yep, that's the decision wasn't binding at that point. I think the recommendation was that when the time runs out, then you have an option to make that decision then about whether to start over.
I don't think you're right, but that's all right. I'll move on.
It's a bit difficult to discuss too because the appeal discussion was in public excluded. and because, that's our legal strategy. So, yeah, perhaps that's one that we bring up again at the risk and assurance meeting when we review the legal portfolio.
I have the Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Tanchos.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora, welcome Hawaiki, and Sarah, congratulations. I'm on page 60, looking at the property policy, with a bit of concern that it's now been deferred until the end of 2026, another 18 months away, when this is actually quite key to so many of our decision makings that we've got coming up. So what's the rationale for that?
Vanessa. I'll pass to Lainey for this one, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. When the date there is, I'm looking at this, it says 24.
The policy due for review.
Oh, sorry, yes.
But the proposed deferral on the other side.
I might have to ask Vanessa to comment, but is she here? We might have to come back to you on that one, because in the last discussion around the property policy, which was just a couple of weeks ago, we were indicating that actually that work is due to commence this year, in line with the freeholding work that's also being done.
Yes.
So I believe that's still the intention. I suspect the deferral might be for completion. So the start, I think, is actually imminent, but I can get Vanessa to confirm that.
Yeah, that would be good to get some clarity on that, because that still seems too far away.
Okay, yep, we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Councillor Tanchos, Councillor Isles, and then Councillor Boynton.
Thank you. I'm really happy to see the dog control bylaw and the dog control policy moving forward. It's something that we're getting a lot of concern, as you know, in the community. We've got, a number of menacing dogs which are causing problems. We did address staffing a bit in the long-term plan. I'm guessing that the reviews will address the powers of our dog control officers, how we engage with the community in the process of responding to complaints, because what we hear anecdotally is people feel like they don't get the responses they need. And I think our people are great, whether that's fair or not, but that's the feeling in the community. So I'm guessing those are the kind of things that we'll be looking at.
That's exactly what it will cover, yes. There's some statutory requirements, but the policy can deal with those issues as well.
Councillor Isles, and then Councillor Boynton.
Thank you, Worship. Mine was around the same 4.3 item, asking why we were bringing it from 28 back to 24, when it says something to do with sufficient staff capacity. The LTP staffing was the increase in actual dog ranges, wasn't it? It wasn't actually in the staffing around bylaws.
The animal control officers, though, enforce the bylaw.
Right.
So that's their tool to be able to do what they do.
Okay. So is that the reason we brought it forward, because we have that capacity?
Probably a small part. I think the capacity issue is probably more in terms of the policy team being able to assist preparing the reviews. The reason why we were asking to bring them forward, though, is some of the enforcement powers within the current bylaws and the consistency with the policy aren't as strong as they could be.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Boynton.
I don't support the extension to the period for the property policy. I think it's already overdue and it needs to happen as soon as possible, considering some of the business that the council is to do in the near future. Thank you.
We'll just invite Vanessa to explain how that process is going to work. Thank you.
So one of the things we promised when we did that original policy is that we would have some conversations with iwi and Hapu to bring their views in and maybe make some changes as a result of that. With the work we've got on some of our other projects, we are about to launch some sensitive discussions with iwi and Hapu about our property that will then help us inform it. So we just want to stack that work so that we're having those conversations in a sensible manner.
Thank you. I mean, yeah, I look forward to seeing that work being done if that's the cause of the delay, but I do want to ensure that we have some safety precautions if there's any work that is being done in that space. Yeah.
So we do have, the existing policy does have a process for both acquisitions and disposals and principles around it. So we would just be building on what we already have, but we do already have a policy in place. It would just be making some tweaks and amendments to that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder for both of those two recommendations that we receive? Mover, Councillor James, the seconder, Councillor Isles. Any comments? No? All those in favour? Aye. All those against? The ayes have it. I vote we break for lunch. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? None, okay. All right, we'll be back at 1 p.m. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're just mixing the order up a little bit because Charisse has got to go. So the next item we're going to do is 10.9, Order of Candidate Names Report, page 241 or 248, depending on what system you're using. So thank you, Charisse. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Luca. Kia ora tātou, Councillor Puller online. Thank you for the opportunity to present my report out of agenda order. The purpose of today's report is for Council. It provides the opportunity for councillors to decide the order of candidate names and how they will appear in the voting documents for the upcoming 2025 local elections. The recommendation provides for 3 options. It's to either alphabetical, pseudo-random or random, which is the recommended option for the reason that Council in 2022 resolved to select order of names randomly. So I take the report as read and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Charisse?
Yeah, what's
Mr. James?
So, pseudo-random.
So, bear with me, I do have it here.
Pseudo-random is every ballot paper is different.
No.
Oh, random.
No.
So pseudo-random is.
Pull it out of a hat. Or
Pseudo-random is that they draw them randomly, but every paper has that same random draw, whereas random is every paper's different.
Sorry, yes, I got them mixed up.
By the surname, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Isles. Second to Councillor James. Does anyone have any debate on this? We're on item 10.9, Order of Candidates. We're essentially sticking with the recommendation is to stick with the random. All right, we're all good, are we? I'll move the whole lot in one hit. We have a mover and a second. All those in favour? Against? Ayes have it. We're now on back to
Thank you so much.
Control. Thank you, Charisse.
Confused, Charisse, that it went through so quickly.
Yep, so we're now at section 10.3, Dog Control Fees and Charges, page 66 is what my run sheet is saying.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you.
So, David.
Yep. Hello. I'm just going to introduce Nancy Elliott to you. She's Acting Manager Community Regulation. I think it's her first time before Council. And Verna, Team Leader of Animal Control. I'm just going to take you through the report because Nancy's just come back from being the mentor for the Management Challenge who have been away for the start of the week, so I thought I'd give you a bit of a break. Yeah, so dog control fees, this is to adopt new fees for the next financial year. This comes a little bit ahead of your standard annual plan fees and charges simply because we have to advertise them a month prior to the new registration period. So that starts 1 July. So that's why it comes to you in May, ahead of the balance. The option we're seeking you to endorse is a 2.5% increase in fees, which is inflation related. That's consistent with all the fees and charges that are intended to be increased for the next financial year. And that's a decision made through the annual plan process, if you like. Just to highlight one other point, in recommending that, I think for the next year we will review the structure of our fees, mainly because we do seem to be just slowly and incrementally slipping in terms of the percentage of fees that we are gathering from dog owners versus the general public. So in other words, it's moving to the point where the general rates are increasing each year and the percentage paid by dog owners is decreasing. And I don't think that's a conscious decision of the council, it's more just an incremental thing that has happened. So we'll look at that for next year, but this year's recommendation is just to increase them by 2.5%. Thank you.
Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for that, David. Just going to 4.3, the context, we're saying here that we've got 5,360 owners of about 6,840 registered dogs. There appears to be 1,480 dogs that were registered last financial year, but not this year. That in itself is a big number. First question is, do you follow up to see whether they are actually dead or whether registrations haven't been followed through with?
Yeah, everyone's that.
So generally, we do try every year to follow up on non-registration of dogs, which means personally visiting the property and finding out if those dogs are still there or they have moved away. But unfortunately, in the last couple of years, this has not happened how it should due to, our staff shortages. So, yeah, so hopefully now that we have got new people on board, we are recruiting at the moment, so we've still got one more to come. We will be able to start that process in September.
And if I may, a supplementary, the increase, again, that literally impacts us good, responsible dog owners, doesn't it? We're the ones that are having to pay the fees for you to go out and follow up on stray dogs, unregistered dogs, etc., etc., etc.
Yep, so your fees cover the running of the department. If we find unregistered dogs out there, they also get an infringement fine of $300 for failing to register. So.
One more if I may. So again, there's no actual follow-up because, this is only the tip of the iceberg as to what sort of dog population we've probably got in the Whakatane district, especially when you look at the national news and see what's happening, nationwide. We don't actually do any door-to-door knocking to see if you own a dog, do we, or multiple dogs?
No, so legally, we have to have a breach of the Act or a bylaw to enter that property. So we can't physically knock every house. We've got to have a reason to go onto that property. So, yeah, we can't door knock. We try our best, so we will pick up unregistered dogs through our complaints. And if we see something next door, then we can go and ask those questions. So,
right.
yeah, but yeah, lawfully we cannot enter every property.
The law protects those people that have got the unregistered dogs. Thank you.
Councillor Dukes, Councillor Tankers, then Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very, very easy one. I'm on the table, page 66. Working dog, $67, $97 if paid after. But I think that free is supposed to be down for other dogs because the definition would be the purpose of a herding dog, not that that one's free.
That's quite correct. Everything just needs to shunt down a column.
Yes.
Or a row.
Thought I was reading it. I was interpreting that as that should be. Thank you.
Councillor Tankers.
Thank you. Just following up from Councillor Isles' question, do you have any estimation of how many unregistered dogs there might be? I know it's a hard thing to estimate, but do you have any sense of it?
It's quite hard to say. All we can go off is what's on our database, but nationwide there'll be hundreds of dogs that we don't know about, that no council knows about.
Sorry, nationwide, are you saying?
Yeah, there's a nationwide problem with dogs.
Yeah. I just thinking if there's 6,000 odd registered dogs, I was just trying to get a sense of the proportion of it really, but probably quite small if that's the figure that you're talking about. If you're talking about hundreds nationwide.
Yeah. When I say hundreds, I'm probably talking thousands nationwide. So, yeah, with the way, towns grow and more housing and more people moving in, they're coming in with dogs. If we don't know about them, they're hard for us to track down. So, yeah.
And when we pick up dogs, are there many of them that are unregistered that we're finding?
So when we're impounding dogs, the majority of dogs that will come through our pound will be unregistered.
Oh, really? Okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Yes, thank you. On page 68, third bullet point, you have a reduced fee for dogs owned by incorporated hunt clubs. Can you define for me what an incorporated hunt club is?
So the incorporated hunt dog we have here is our Eastern Bay of Plenty Hunt Club. So those dogs are used in the hunting, how do I describe it? So when they're riding horses and they're hunting, so the tally-ho dogs, they are owned by the club, they're not owned by individual people. So the club owns, I think there's about 30 dogs. That's where that fee is for. It's not for the pig hunting clubs.
So supplementary for me. So I gather that following a submission by the Eastern Bay Hunt Club that you allowed for those 30 dogs to be registered under that club to chase a rabbit around the paddock. 30 odd dogs. But that's my question. I'll save the rest for my debate. Thank you.
Kia ora. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Hiya, Verna, and welcome, Nancy. Morning, David. Also on page 60.
The range where private benefit, if you like, and public benefit sits, and we're just slowly incrementally moving towards a greater proportion being public cost, if you like, for the activity. And I just really what I'm indicating is I'd like to test that with you before we set the fees again next year.
All right, thanks.
Councillor James.
Just for my own interest more than anything, and that, if you talked about dogs coming in from out of the area and that shifting in, is there a requirement for those dogs to be registered with us as soon as they arrive, or do they just get renewed on the following year?
So every dog needs to be registered from 3 months old, no matter where it lives in New Zealand. If it's registered with a local council other than us, once they transfer into our district, that registration transfers with the dog and the owner for the duration of that registration period. If they're not currently registered anywhere in New Zealand, they should be notifying us. But if they're not registered at another council, they're probably not going to register with us. So until we track them down, then, yeah, we have no.
Councillor Boynton and then Councillor Isles.
Kia ora. Yes, just looking at the definition of like the working dog, and Councillor Bryan mentioned about the hunting club that has their dogs able to be registered as working dog. Is there a possibility, because under Section 2 of the Dog Control Act, B, which is working dog, and Part V1, which is 6, it says there that the territorial authority has the ability to pass a resolution on defining what is a working dog that meets as part of the Act. So my question is there an ability for those whānau who we know who have hunting dogs, specifically they use their dogs to be able to provide food for them and their families, is there a possibility that the policy could look at allowing those dogs to be considered as working dogs?
Sorry. It is actually a conversation that myself and Nancy have had over the last period since Nancy has come in as manager, because we do realise that a lot of people purely keep their dogs for hunting purposes to do exactly that. I have talked with a number of other councils who have that in their registration fee breakdown, and we're looking at how they work that and how we would work it here in our district. So it is a conversation that's on the table. It's just not, unfortunately, in this fee structure going forward.
And I think as we talked about in the last item, you are going to review your dog control policy in the coming year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's perhaps part of the conversation that we could have as part of that new policy, how we define a working dog or don't.
Great, so that's a yes. It can be done. Look into it. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Isles and then Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Worship. Spaying and neutering, subsidised through SPCA, am I correct? And do council get involved at all to try and deflate that surplus dog population?
So with the neutering fee, we have a slight drop in our fee for a neutered dog. Unfortunately, we've got no bylaw or legislation that says we can force them to do that. So we recommend to people who want to get their dogs de-sexed who are on limited income to talk to the SPCA, because they have limited funds as well, so they don't do every dog, but it would be definitely something we would love to look at through our pound dogs going out.
Is that promoted at all through any of our comms or?
The de-sexing?
Yeah.
No.
Or the possibility through SPCA subsidies that this service is available?
When we're talking to people out in the field, we will put them in touch with the SPCA, or we will ring the SPCA on their behalf to see if they can get it done through a reduced fee.
Right, but we wouldn't put that notification in with the dog renewal?
No, because it's an SPCA, it's on their band, so they can't de-sex every dog. So if we put that out there, they're going to have hundreds of people turning up. Because they're an organisation that relies on funding, you know, they can only do limited numbers, so.
Okay, just a thought.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So just to make it very simple for me, a neuter dog fee paid before or after the 1st of August is going to go from $67 to $69? Pardon?
67 to 97?
67 to 97. That's 2.5. So in the rest of it, you're talking about 2.5%. I thought that was a late fee if you're paid after the event, where you should have paid up. I thought there was a late fee. But you're talking 2.5%, which is an extra $30. That doesn't compute to me.
No, so your structure is already, if you pay in the registration period, which is the July month, basically, there's that fee in the left-hand column. You can charge up to 50% additionally for beyond that, which is what the right-hand column is. That's how it currently is. So each of those numbers, the 97 was 95, I think, for this current year. So it's gone up to 2.5%.
So let's just go back to the first one, 67. So that's gone from 65 to 67.
Yep.
Thank you.
Because I think you did the maths, but it's that. Yep.
Okay. If there are no further questions, Councillor Isles will move. Deputy Mayor seconds it. Any discussion?
So yes, thank you for clarifying that when the review comes up, we'll be looking at working dogs classification. I guess I'll be voting against this simply because I don't agree. I think that pig dogs serve a purpose. One, they're a working dog. Two, they provide a service to our taiao environment because they control feral animal populations. They take the pigs out of the system. They also take deer out of the system. Those pig dogs and the owners are the first people that front up at the maraes when we have tangihanga, and they provide food through the pigs and through the deer, and they also provide for community events. Another reason I won't be supporting that is these dogs live to work, and they're an essential activity. Whereas I see this elitist minority being these incorporated hunt clubs that have 30 plus dogs who chase one rabbit around all day. I don't see that, and that's a recreational sport, not something that these pig dogs and these guys hunting dogs are providing for the community. So I see a real inequity here. So I will be active in the review, and this is the very reason why. So a man averages, and I used to have 3 pig dogs, that's going to cost them $100 extra more than these guys that are running around with 30 odd dogs, $600 worth. I don't think it's right, so that's the very reason why I won't be voting for this. Kia ora.
Okay, well, I'll put it to the vote if there's not, you got a comment?
Yeah, just wanted to follow through from that. So what you indicated before is that when the dog policy comes under review, that is something that will be considered. And does that need to be consulted with? Do we have to go out to the community to consult on that?
Yeah, so it has to follow the special consultative process.
Okay, so we're going to have that opportunity to hear from the situation that Councillor O'Brien is talking about, where the dogs are providing food. in the first primary purpose. Yeah.
That opportunity will be there.
All right, thank you.
Okay, well, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Councillor O'Brien, do you want to be counted? Yes. Well, that's the end of dog control. I mean, I think I've been working like a dog. I've got a collar, and some days I feel like I've been neutered. All right. Thank you, ladies. Plan change 8. Zoe. Welcome, Zoe and Nicholas, and David, of course.
Thank you. Kia ora, everyone.
Page 72, by the way.
So plan change 8 was a plan change to rezone future urban zone at Huna Road, the Juliansbury Farm and a couple of adjacent properties, from future urban zone to residential and residential zones to enable urban type development to occur on those properties. The hearing for the plan change was held last year, December last year, and the decisions of the hearing panel were notified in February. So there was a one-day hearing, submitters were heard. At that hearing, decision was notified in February, and the appeals period for that closed in early April. There were no appeals received, so the final stage for the plan change to become operative is for it to be adopted by council, and that's where the delegation, well, there's no delegation, it's where the authority sits for that plan change. Now, in and of itself, that doesn't mean a development can occur, it just changes the zoning. So resource consents, building consents for whatever is proposed on those properties would still need to go through the consent process, with the one exception of the Papakainga property on the Kawahihe Trust land, where that already has consents for Papakainga development.
That it? Okay. Questions? Councillor Dennis.
Just make sure I got the right part of the agenda. So on page 81, under 5.3, the traffic and transport effects, number 025, it talks about the, and I know this has gone past, but I want to know where we're at with it. It talks about for NZTA, Mr Tyndall produced evidence in relation to the ability of intersections along State Highway 30 to accommodate Shore and Huna Road structure plan, etc., etc. And they talked about a couple of pages before about the amount of traffic from that subdivision coming out of Huna Road or out of Shore Road onto State Highway 30, but it also talks about the need to have a slip lane coming out of Thornton Road heading into towards Whakatane on State Highway 30. Now, I would have thought that would actually make the situation worse coming out of Huna Road, because you'd almost like have a double lane coming together in a zip fashion just before Huna Road.
Yes, a rule was proposed to address that, and that is a matter that would need to be considered through the resource consent process, that as part of the traffic assessment for development, they would need to look at what happens with the, essentially to develop a solution that wouldn't, that would be acceptable to NZTA in terms of what the traffic impacts would be. So it's a matter that there's a framework there to address it. The solution will be part of the resource consent process, because there may be a few different options there.
So they're the ones that wanted the slip lane out of that road, and they also are concerned about the amount of traffic going on State Highway 30.
Yeah.
So is that still to be planned if we approve this today?
Yeah, I mean, the framework's been put in place, so that's a matter that needs to be addressed through the resource consent applications.
Did they assume that it would be at our cost or theirs?
That would be met, normally that sort of upgrade would be met through the development, so as part of the cost. But we'll need to look at what this, I guess the key point is, that's a matter that needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
There's a framework in place to address it through the consent process.
Yep, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Hi, Nick and Zoe. Thank you for the report. It was actually a really interesting read. I just wanted to clarify, so it has already been zoned from, future urban zone and rural production zone, and today's decision is just to move it into being a general residential zone, a medium density zone for potential housing development in the future, correct?
Yeah, so the plan change is to rezone it from future urban zone to residential zones that would enable development. So that's what this is doing, and so that will change the district plan zoning to do that, to allow that to happen.
All right, thank you. Supplementary. So in amongst the report, there were some submitters who were opposing to it.
Yeah.
If we approve this today, and then when the developers go to get consents in the future, the submitters who oppose can't oppose, even if they did oppose again, because we've already approved it, they wouldn't be able to be upheld in their view. Well, I'm not saying that very well. If we approve this, even if the submitters who oppose now oppose in the future to consents, they're likely not to win.
It would depend on what was proposed in the consent application and what they were opposing it based on. What this does is provide a framework to enable development to occur with rules and development controls, and so that would all depend on what was proposed on the sites, but that would go through the normal resource consent process where there would be a notification test depending on what was proposed. It doesn't preclude any submitter from submitting on a future consent application if it wasn't notified.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Dennis.
I've got a couple, please. If we go down where I was before and we go down to page 83, number 36, it talks about it was common ground between NZTA and the council. There should be no further development of the structure plan area until the State Highway 30 safety improvements were operational. Does that mean that that was the centre line wire barrier? And does that mean that since that's been put on hold that we can go ahead with the structure plan, or does it mean that what we're doing now doesn't interfere with that desire to do the improvements first before the structure plan's put in?
The short answer is no. The slightly longer answer is that during the development of the plan change, what was proposed from Whakatane through to Aokere changed. So there was the Road Safety Improvement Program, which had a number of interventions that Whakakotahi were going to do. Then that all changed with the change of government and then the GPS change for roading, which meant that there was uncertainty as to what was to occur then in the future. But essentially what this is saying is that there are a number of different things that could be done. They would have to be done before the development occurred, and that influences the activity status of a resource consent application. So if there wasn't a measure in place to address it, then it gets the activity status, which is basically the matters that are considered in the consent application, get more onerous, because if you don't have a solution in place, then the test essentially gets higher to assess what those traffic impacts would be.
The reason I'm saying that is because now that some of their wisdom has put that speed limit back up to 100 k's, and the Shore Road was already an extremely dangerous exit point, which I know of one person that was killed on it, and I know of a number of others that were too. with the increase of houses coming out of Shitwell Road or Hoona Road, quadrupling or more, it's just, I find that a bit concerning. But if we can go to number 56, which talks about the gravity wastewater pipelines to service the individual lots will be designed and construction, etc., does that mean that the new pump station and rising main will be paid by the developers?
Yeah, so that's all included in the development contributions policy, and that was an agreed approach to how that was done. It's also an integrated approach, so we are looking at there's 3 properties included in the plan change, so it was looking at a integrated water and wastewater solution, so that is all reflected in the development contribution, so it's paid for by them, yeah.
Okay, number 59, it talks about the noise buffer between the rugby club rooms and the houses that are within 80 metres of it.
Yeah.
As part of that consent to the subdividers, will the subdividers be encouraged to put double glazing in the club rooms to prevent the noise then coming back into the subdivision?
Look, that's one possible solution. What it's essentially saying is that there would be an area that's affected by the noise beyond a certain threshold, and so through a future development, they could look at a number of different options for how they address that, and if one of those options was to put more acoustic treatment in the rugby club, then that might solve that issue. But I guess the key thing to note is that there's flexibility there.
Just one more, please. Will that go for those within the 80-metre buffer zone who buy sections and build houses? Will it be on their land titles that is an accepted fact that they're within 80 metres within the 80-metre buffer zone, and that they are to be aware that there's a rugby club there that holds social events to prevent them from complaining another day? I mean, we all know people that move out in the country and then complain to the council about roosters crowing and cows mooing and all that sort of stuff. If people are going to move into that subdivision knowing there's a rugby club, which is a very successful rugby club, and hold social events, will they be held accountable through their land titles to acknowledge that for future?
Yeah, but potentially. The issue of noise from rugby club was quite a big issue as part of the hearing, and in the lead up to that, there was quite a bit of work done on the acoustic modelling as to what that, where those effects would be more significant, because reverse sensitivity, which is when people move into an area and then complain about what's going on there, is an important consideration that we needed to make within the plan change. Potentially, but once again, it's one of those things where it's been identified as something that has to be addressed through a resource consent application, and therefore that would be a detail that would need to be worked through in a future consent for an activity on that land.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. If there are no further questions, there are.
Kia ora, Nicholas, thank you. So just, throughout the report, there has been some concerns, particularly from Ngā Taipakaia, around cultural matters where some of the sites where the houses may be. And in there, the report says that the council says that there is still an avenue for hapu to be able to have a say through the consenting process. Given that there's currently reform underway with the RMA, how secure is their ability to be able to have a say down the track?
It's really, it's a good question, and we've got a sense for the direction of what those new acts are going to look like, but we haven't seen any bills come out. We haven't seen the detail of anything, other than knowing that one of the principles that they've been built on is the enjoyment of private property rights. So the short answer is it's difficult to predict what it's going to look like in the future. But what we can say is that within the existing framework, which is what's in front of us today, there are measures so that is addressed. But longer term, we just don't know. There's a whole, new reform coming down, and we'd need to look at what that involves. But that's not as it is. It is included in this today.
Thank you for that answer. I'm not sure if this is a question for you or whether it's a question for Hone. Just to ask whether or not the council has any other mechanisms that they may be working on that strengthens those abilities to happen without it necessarily relying on the RMA reforms or outcomes. Like, for example, the Ruranga itself is a settled iwi, so there's still some responsibility there. But, are there also other tools like whakahono agreements available?
Yeah, I might pass on my colleagues on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think while still under the RMA or its future version, mana whakahono worohi agreements are still there, and they look like they're a version, or at least of them, are still going to be there.
Yeah.
So, we are negotiating one at the moment with a hapu. In the future, that will be limited to iwi, but that doesn't obviously preclude the Runanga and through that avenue, through Ngāti Awa, to negotiate that sort of agreement. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And again, subject to Nicholas's point,
yes,
what the legislation may say, we just don't know, but that's the indication that's there at the moment, is those agreements are still going to be in place. So,
thank you.
If there are no further questions, I'll take all of those four together. If I can have a mover and a seconder. Mover, Councillor James. Seconder, Deputy Mayor. It's running hot today. Any comments? I guess when it comes to the RMA, we can make submissions is all we can do. But we need to see the shape of it because it's very fuzzy at the moment. Maybe deliberately, I don't know. Anyway, there are no further comments. I'll ask for all those in favour. Against? The ayes have it. We're now on the proposed plan change 5 approval, section 10.5, page 119. And Dave, Nicholas and Zoe are back.
Yes, I can talk to that one. I'll just find the right page. So this one dates back a little while, but essentially what happened is that when the National Policy Statement for Urban Development came out, that removed the ability to require a minimum number of car parks for development, which we used to have in the district plan. So that was removed. Because of the way the district plan was written, the requirement to have accessible parking, so disabled parking, was reliant on having a certain number of minimum car parks. So the hook that those hung off fell away, and so this plan change was to reinsert a requirement to have accessible parking for a new development. So that's what this has done. We had a hearing late last year, and because there were a small number of submissions, but what wasn't a hearing, sorry, no submitters wanted to be heard, but the hearing panel sat for a day and reviewed the information. And then their decision was notified earlier this year. We haven't received any appeals, and so therefore this plan change can be made operative.
Seems fairly routine, Nicholas. Any questions for Nicholas? None? Well, moving a seconder. Councillor O'Brien seconds it. Councillor Jukes moves it. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? The ayes have it. Section 10.6, page 145 of the agenda. Thank you. Procurement Policy Review Report. And I guess we workshop, we had a briefing on this. So.
A week ago.
And already I can't remember anything. Oops. Yeah. We have 145 is what I've got, but the numbering's a bit off.
152.
Thank you. Ingrid.
Kia ora tātou. I am pleased to present the procurement policy for your consideration and adoption today. This policy has been reviewed as part of Council's policy work programme, with the current version last updated in 2012. The revised policy reflects our commitment to responsible, transparent and efficient procurement practices that support our local economy and align with best practice and legislative requirements. The revised policy has been presented and discussed at 2 council briefings in March and April, providing elected members the opportunity to guide and shape its development. Key changes in the revised policy include integration of broader outcomes, the re-establishment of the procurement assessment panel, updated financial thresholds and clear guidance on emergency procurement. This policy aligns with Council's broader goals, including climate action, local economic development and cultural wellbeing. It also supports our commitment to good governance and public value. I would like to acknowledge Harvey, our Senior Strategic Policy Analysis, and for his valuable work in supporting the development of this policy and assisting to prepare this report for you today. I take the report as read and am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Open for questions. Councillor Tanchos.
Thank you. What does DFA stand for?
That's Delegated Financial Authority.
Deputy Mayor.
It's not a question, it's a statement, is that all right?
Yeah, that's all right.
Just wanted to
This time
say
of
thank
day.
you very much, Ingrid, for all the work you've done on this and with Harvey overseeing it. It's well overdue, and we look forward to being able to receive some efficiencies operationally and financially from it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. 4.2, policy principles. I see we're there to plan and manage for great results, to be fair to all suppliers, which I find a bit strange, get the right supplier, get the best deal for everyone, and play by the rules. There's nothing in there about getting the best deal for the ratepayers, or is that assumed when we, in number 4, get the best deal for everyone?
That's correct.
Why are we being fair to the suppliers? Does that mean that you spread the purchases around so everyone gets a bite at the cherry, or are we going for the leanest price?
It's about being transparent around how we're procuring and enabling opportunities for all suppliers to have a crack at procurement or anything we are procuring.
That's good. So that actually means that they're all on the same playing field, so they can all compete against each other and get the best price for the ratepayers. Okay, thank you.
And suppliers are ratepayers, usually.
Well, sometimes.
Well, some of them are, yeah. I'm thinking about local contractors, really. All right. Councillor James?
I'm happy to move it.
Okay. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor O'Brien. Any discussion? We've had it. All those in favour? Councillor Tanchos?
It's just kind of echoing what the Deputy Mayor said, but this has been a long time coming, and it's really great to have it in front of us and to see the kind of objectives really clearly articulated, and not just lowest immediate costs, but those broader kind of economic and life cycle costs and all that stuff. So thank you very much.
Okay, all those in favour? Against? The ayes have it. So that's that one.
Thank you.
That brings us to 10.7, page 161 is what I've got. It's the adoption of the Eastern Bay and Plenty Economic Development Strategy refresh. Lainey and Nicola are speaking to it.
So first of all, I'd just like to congratulate Nicola Burgess, who has taken on a slight change in role. Since the executive restructure at the end of last year, we've recognised some efficiencies within our team. So Nicola is now looking after tourism and economic development, which is great, and we're currently recruiting for an economic development advisor. So she's helped to prepare this paper in which we seek your approval to adopt the refresh of the Regional Economic Development Strategy. I should note that both Opotiki District Council and Kawerau District Council have now adopted the refresh of the strategy. And Kawerau did make one additional resolution when they put the paper through, which was that there should be a letter appended to the front of the document which all the mayors would sign, which would just be part of the document that is published, and it would also be sent to the DIA as part of the recently submitted regional deal expression of interest light touch proposal. We might want to do that as well, but equally I think we can organise those things in the background if you're prepared to just accept the resolutions we've put forward. So we'll take the paper as read. I should just note, though, that if you do decide to adopt today, this will really help support the work that's going on around the spatial plan and the implementation of that through the local growth strategy. So happy to take any questions.
Well, I had one. This is a strategy refresh. I guess, like a plan, a strategy is also subject to change as circumstances change, which the way that, things are moving, change everywhere. So I guess we don't need to have a program for review of this thing. But how would we implement change to the strategy? We just call, how would that be done? What's the mechanism for it? Should circumstances change?
Yeah, most of our strategies do have a cycle for review and refresh. Unlike bylaws and policies, they're not set in stone for us. So there is a certain amount of discretion, and an example of that would be the town vision that we're currently talking about as well, which has been refreshed as well. So I think probably reasonably we would expect this to, given that it is a regional strategy and we are developing our kind of local implementation approach, I would suggest that might happen around the 5-year mark. That would be reasonable.
But it could, that doesn't prevent it from happening.
It can happen.
All right, thank you.
whenever.
Councillor Dennis.
Just a question on the lovely coloured document on page 172, the beautiful title and lovely pictures there, which I commend you for. Down the bottom, the symbols of Whakatane District Council, Potiki District Council, Kawerau, Bay of Plenty Regional Council and Toi EDA.
Yes.
I thought last year we stopped funding Toi EDA and so did Kawerau. So are they still in there, or is this the remnants of them, or are they rebirth themselves somehow?
Thanks. Through the chair, Toi EDA still exists. They've, I guess, gone into a passive mode because the funding was stopped by the councils last year. They were very active in the early days of this work, so it's right to have their logo present on the final document, and in fact it was really only the latter stages where they weren't part of that process.
So it's just acknowledging their contribution in the past. Thank you.
So Toi EDA is dormant but not necessarily dead.
That's
and
right.
Could, get a new lease of life, who knows. It was Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and hi Nicola, congratulations, Lainey. I'm on 170, and I'm just looking at the table, financial impact, and at the moment it says no immediate financial impact, but when we do Eastern Bay things, the 3/4 majority financial seem to come on us. Now, considering that we're the advertised commercial services, and then the other two have got their industrial function and the aquaculture function, are we going to go like thirds for financial contribution to this? And is Regional Council going to contribute?
Through the chair, the costs have all been paid. So this is actually looking forward, there is no additional financial impact.
But, so supplementary, sorry, but as projects come on board, I mean, there's still going to be administrative costs in overseeing, like, who's going to lead it now that we don't have Toy EDA?
Well,
If I could interject, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point. I kind of look at it and go, yeah, it's the financial impact of the strategy, and that projects you'd expect, if they would be on financial delegations of stuff, so expensive projects, they would need to come back through the three councils anyway, and that would include the split. And at the moment, this isn't proposing or it doesn't have a business case for any projects. Yeah, I mean, is that sort of satisfy your concern?
I hear what you're saying, but I wouldn't want us to be going into this refreshed strategy with the assumption that we're going to take 2/3 or 3/4 of the financial hit in any development. Let's just say there's a marketing strategy to try and attract more people to the district, or an employment promotion.
Yeah.
So I'd like it to be like up front that we have some sort of terms of reference with the other councils, like what's good for Whakatane is good for the other satellite towns.
Well, I guess it's population, that it's distributed according to population. Is that what the formula is?
It's generally how it currently runs. Sometimes it's slightly different depending upon what the project has been in the future, but it's usually related to the population base and the rating base. But maybe that's something that we can take away and circulate, particularly as the staff and the three councils start looking at things that they can work on together.
Just to supplementary to that, can I just add 4 councils? Regional Council seems to be able to allocate plenty of funds across to the Western Bay. This is our turn and our time. I'd like us to be making a very strong case to them to be doing more to support us.
Councillor Boynton.
Thank you for your mahi and your report. I just had a question on page 180 to do with the tourism. Is there more sort of kaha in that? Because it sort of talks about there was tourism there, and then it talks about other activities, and then there's no real indication around tourism in the future.
Thank you for your question. The previous strategy focused heavily on tourism, and with Whakaari White Island as a centrepiece of the tourism strategy. So we're still very, very active in tourism, but it's got more of a domestic focus. So it's still very important, but it's probably not necessarily the hero that it once was.
Thank you.
Context.
Thanks.
Can I add something on to that?
Yes.
I understand that in the work program now a regional economic strategy has been adopted by the three councils, that there would be local economic strategies that feed into that, and that's where some of those local nuances really get amplified, and you'd find arts, tourism, those things that are important to Whakatane district would get amplified, whereas this is tending to focus on what are the things that benefit all three councils together. Yeah. Is that correct?
Oh, no, that's all right. It's just that we sort of seem to have the spatial plan, the regional plan, we have this other plan, and they're all singing the same waiata. So I'm just trying to make sure that the different melodies, when they all come together, have the opportunity to make sure when we go to Wellington or whoever it is, to be able to get support financially for many of the things that are listed in here, that we're not leaving something off the song sheet. Yeah.
Well said.
All right, so if there are no further questions, I'll call for a mover and seconder. Move Councillor Tanchos, seconder Deputy Mayor. Any comments? Thank you, ladies. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Passed, thank you. Gambling Policy Review, 2025, page 197, or thereabouts. 204, thank you.
Tēnā koutou, councillors, Mayor. So it's a legislative requirement to review the gambling policy every 3 years, and the Gambling Act requires council to consider the social impact assessment of gambling when reviewing the policy. The social impact assessment report is attached. I'll hand over to Elliot Fenton in a minute. He's in our team as a senior strategy policy analyst, and he will mention a few key points. The gambling policy scope is defined by the Act, and it enables council to control whether and where Class 4 venues can be established. So we're talking about gaming machines that are in pub and clubs outside of casino. Council can control the number of gaming machines, whether TAB venues can be established and where, if existing venue can merge or if existing venue can relocate. So our existing policy is a sinking lead policy, which means that no new machines or venue will be allowed in order to sink or to reduce the number of machines over time and therefore to reduce the harm. The policy was last reviewed in 2022 and strengthened, and we now have a restricting policy which align with national and regional trends. A sinking lead policy by nature is a long-term policy where changes cannot be made visible for a number of years and sometimes a number of policy review cycle. Over time, the number of machines and venues will reduce as they close. So what are the key points of this policy? Regarding establishment of new Class 4 venues, it says that council will not grant any new consent. Establishment of new TAB venues, no TAB venues are allowed. In terms of number of gaming machine, no consent to new gaming machines. Venue relocation are restricted under exceptional circumstances, and merging of venue as well, it's limited within specific conditions. So in Whakatane, the level of risk of harm has not changed in the last year. And I'll hand over to Elliot Fenton, which will mention some of the key points that are from this report.
Kia ora koutou. As Harvey mentioned, the social impact assessment has to be done every 3 years with the review of the gambling policy. And so within this time around, the social impact assessment, some of the main findings we found were that from September 2020 to September 2024, the annual nominal gaming machine profits from electronic gaming machines, so those in Class 4 venues, pokies, in the Whakatane district significantly increased by 27%. So that went to over $20 million, sorry, not 20 million, $12 million. And there was a peak there at one point of $13 million, and that was up from 9 to 10 million before COVID, before that 2020. The increase in our district, in the Whakatane district, has been comparable to the national increase over that same period, which was 28.3%. Within the Whakatane district, we still have 10 out of our 11 venues in the high deprivation areas of 8 or above, with only one venue within a low to medium area, and that's at level 6. The data we also found highlights the inequities of harmful gambling between ethnicities, so specifically Māori and Pacific peoples. They consistently are experiencing the highest prevalence of harmful gambling behaviour compared to other ethnic groups. Something to also point out as well, though we understand that pokies raise grants that go back into the community, so 40% of their machine profits must go back into the community. It's also a flawed model in which we see that generally those that money that comes from grants has been taken away from those most deprived, and or again, that harmful gambling side to justify grants into the community. And then finally, within the Whakatane district, we don't have any dedicated face-to-face services. So there are nationally services which are paid through the problem gambling service levy. So that's 1.5% of all the GMP generated. So there is online and phone services that people can access within our community, but there's no face-to-face, which creates another barrier to our, to our community that would like to seek services of help from gambling harm.
Thanks, Elliot. So overall, the staff assessment is that the social impact assessments and the key points that you've heard are justifying to maintain a restrictive sinking lead policy. While not being the perfect tool, it's the best tool that Council has to minimise harm. There are some minor amendments to the policy that have been identified in the report. For example, Council could further prohibit relocation or further restrict mergers, but any minor change to the policy would trigger a special consultative process as required by the Act. And we think the amendments would be likely to limit the impact in minimizing harm within our community. And also the points might be unlikely to be of interest of the community. So overall, staff is recommending to retain the policy in its current form.
Thank you, Avi. Question from Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, gents. Going back to page 3.2, more importantly, the TAB venues. It basically, bullet point 3 says no TAB venues in the Whakatane district. So as far as that's concerned, it's probably correct. But it more or less insinuates that there's no TAB gambling, which is incorrect.
Yeah, there's no physical gambling at a TAB venue in Whakatane, but then that doesn't, I guess, constitute what happens online. So your TAB still are still funded through online gambling.
You've got your TAB within the pub over in Kopi, for example.
Yeah, that's not considered as a TAB venue. A TAB venue is just a dedicated area.
It's a bit misleading, though, isn't it? I mean, it basically insinuates that there's no TAB betting in Whakatane district, whether it be sports or racing, where there is.
Yeah, it's noted. It's as we mean TAB venues as per the definition of the Act.
Yeah, the Act specifies venues, so council can control venues, but over time with electronic processing, you have different methods of TAB, so they can run the over-the-counter type stuff. Yeah, but it is specifically venues, yeah.
Councillor Dennis.
Page 233. Page 233, it talks about other benefits associated with Class 4 venues and EGMs, is that it returns a positive contribution of 40% of GMP returned to New Zealand communities in the form of grants. But in Whakatane, it's only 23%. Why is that?
So the law basically doesn't distinguish that it has to go back into the communities in which that profit was made. So a lot of the venues, say like take a pub for example, if it's by the Lions Foundation, they have a society that owns the machines, and then so they're a national organisation, that money's pulled back into there. So it's specifically 23% in Whakatane on average, but that doesn't include, say, if a national organisation were to operate in our region or within Whakatane specifically. That does not include it.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon. I was only going to say good morning, but it's definitely not morning. Thanks, gentlemen, for the report. I'm just on page 207, and my question actually is on that first table, and I know we only do this once every 3 years. Can you just remind me again, if someone sells their bar or restaurant that has gaming machines in, does the licence automatically transfer over to the new owner? Like, is the licence attached to the venue or the licensing manager?
My understanding is that it is to the licence holder, so it's not to the venue specifically. So if a venue were to sell or close down, then that licence doesn't transfer over.
Just a supplementary.
Oh, sorry.
So under our policy, should that occur, the new owner would have to become an approved licence holder with the Gaming Commission? Someone just asked me that recently, so that's what I thought I'd ask.
At this point, to be honest with you, I am not too sure with that. I would have to go back and check.
When you purchase the games transfer with the purchase. But you are right, the purchaser does also need to have whatever qualifications you need to have in order to hold a gambling pokie machines licence. But I think it's probably worth maybe just doing a little bit of deeper research on that and actually what happens when a venue gets transferred to a new owner and the steps that go through, because actually I'm not quite sure too on what sort of licences an individual needs to hold in order to run gambling machines, or whether they can just hire a staff member that has those. Do they have to have themselves? Yeah.
I think it's like your liquor licence, isn't it? You have to have an approved person that undergoes tests and police tests and vets and other things as well. Yeah, so if we can just have we look at that and tidy that up. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Just on that, do we not have, as part of our policy in that if an owner was selling their venue, they can't transfer the machines anyway, can they?
Can't move the machines to a new venue.
Yeah.
They stay in the same venue.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if that venue burns down...
Yeah, they can rebuild, yeah.
If that owner chooses not to have those machines, so does the sinking lid policy apply then?
That's right, yeah. So if you relinquish your licence and you remove machines, then you can't put them back in, because that's when the sinking lid kicks in.
With the sort of low return, I guess, of pick-up of funding available, and as you identified, there is many that have such a high need, with our internal support systems around, there was a funding person. I mean, I'm just asking, do they or can they help different groups when it comes to applying for funding that may be from those gaming agencies?
Is maybe one for the General Manager of Partnerships.
Would you mind just repeating the question, please?
We did have, I know that we had a funding lady who was supporting the community funding group, and they would have groups who would ring in to apply for funding that the council was offering, but she was also working alongside groups who may not have been successful with the council funding, but needed support in navigating how to apply for funding in general.
So is the question, do we still hire someone to do that?
Yeah, I think it was Louise, wasn't it?
It was Sharon.
Sharon.
And now we've got Emma in that role. Emma is doing it.
Emma.
Once we get through the next funding round, I think she's got a programme to go out to the community and run similar events.
Okay, great. That's all. Just seeing if there's support there. Thank you. Yeah, they're like going, what?
I've got a final question. I'm not sure it's going to add anything to this, but gambling's always seems a bit odd. I mean, on the one hand, gambling is okay, but it can be good because of the funding that you can use. So we're getting money off people who can't afford to lose, but they do, to try and generate a public benefit. And at the same time, too much gambling is no good. So I'm not sure what the balance there is. Well, what's the difference with the stock market? I mean, except for the public good doesn't come out. So is that gambling?
It's not. You're usually a lower socioeconomic group that does that.
I don't know. Anyway, I mean, it's a difficult one because of this,
Mr. Chairman, I think you find the difference is that the share market is usually related to those who have got enough money and wealthy enough to be able to invest into the stock market, where gambling is as we've seen by this, affects the low socioeconomic people more and is addictive. And I know if you do budget advice, which I know personally someone close to me does, some of those people are affected horrifically to the fact that there's not enough food in the house because they're so addicted to gambling. So I agree that gambling is really bad if you can't control it and procedures aren't put in place to prevent people losing the shirts off their back. But the balance is, a lot of us rely on those gambling trusts to actually fund some of our voluntary organisations, so it's a catch.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The question is, when we look at the recommendation, it says the option is to retain the current policy. If we agree to retain the current policy, does that mean we don't need to have consultation from the community? Because I thought last time we did this, we had lots of different interest groups come and present their case, which we don't have this time. Or was that a different sort of consultation?
Yeah, I can clarify. That's a good point. So if you make any change to the policy, you're required to do consultation. But if council considers that the policy is overall fit for purpose and that no changes are required, then you don't have to consult.
And just a supplementary,
And last time we made substantial changes to the policy. 'Cause
do all those stakeholders know we're about to potentially agree to keep it in its current form? Or because it wasn't necessary, we didn't even go out to them?
We haven't gone to them because we are not proposing any change, if that was the decision to be made.
Okay, thank you.
Question, please. Just under venue relocation, restricted under exceptional circumstances. Can you verify what are those exceptional circumstances?
Yeah. I would need to go back to the policy to have the exact detail, but I can remember if it was like natural hazards, like fire, but council ultimately has got the discretion still. So you can have exceptional circumstances and still decide to not grant new consent. They are listed in the actual policy. I can check. But
So, just supplementary, who ascertains that, what an exceptional, besides what's in the policy? I mean, okay, the fishing club's going to be relocated possibly. What happens then? And who makes that decision?
Yeah, there's one under the policy that talks about, like, it's not limited to natural hazards, climate change and fire. My understanding from what I've been told is that the discussion around the fishing club it's more of a climate-focused discussion. But at the end of the day, as Harvey mentioned, that decision ultimately lies with council as well. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, was it? Okay. All right, well, thank you, everybody. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Mover, councillor Isles, seconder, councillor Boynton. Any comments, discussion? We've done it, maybe. All right, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? The ayes have it. We're on the home straight, folks. Section
We've still
10.10,
got
page
public
259 or
excluded.
thereabouts. 259, probably 260 something on yours. 266. I'm just going off this. So it's the solar panel project recommendation change. It looks like was a slight, I don't know, misunderstanding about terms, which it's going to be rectified. Thank you.
Yes, hopefully a brief one. On the 20th of March, you approved the solar panel project, and we laid out the very favourable terms of loan from Trust Horizons as the 300k loan on a 10-year fixed term, 3.5%. And then, so that was approved, and as we've jumped into the details of sorting that loan, we've realised the glitch, misunderstanding that the maximum fixed term loan offered in New Zealand is 5 years. So we're still seeking the same term conditions, really a 10-year loan period, but we can only fix that 3.5 for 5%. So there's a bit of increased risk there, but I think very minimal in that in 5 years when we go to renegotiate, Trust Horizons have pointed out that if it is inflationary, the interest rates that they can offer. If they are seeking an interest rate hike, that inflationary pressure is likely to correlate to energy cost saving increase at the same time. So we are still expecting to be able to lock in a very favourable second term. And there's contingency there in that if
that isn't the case. There is a $0 fee break for if we were to refix in 5 years' time for the remaining 5-year period, we could look to the other favourable rates on offer. The LGFA, that local government funding agency, they're currently sitting at 4.5%, and Derek at Trust Horizons thinks that we should be able to stay below the LGFA rate when we renegotiate in 5 years' time. So really, we are seeking today to update that resolution to the fixed term 3.5% as a 5-year rather than 10-year as we did on the 20th of March.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor James, followed by Councillor O'Brien.
I just see this as a technicality in that, and I'm happy to move it.
Councillor. Okay, moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? No. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you, ladies. That was painless. I now need a resolution. I think we're moving into public excluded mode. That's pretty much the end of the meeting for the public. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Isles to move into public and private, public excluded. It's getting a bit late. Definitely need a beer.
Have you been drinking?
No. I can only get beer.
Smells like alcohol in there.
And seconded by the Deputy Mayor, so I won't read all that out. Yeah. Yeah. So for the reasons given within the resolution to exclude section within the public excluded minutes of the council meeting of the 20th, sorry. Oh, okay.